Hey everyone, and welcome back to another Warp Zone episode. Now, hopefully, you're getting my visuals right now because YouTube is doing something weird with the streams, but whatever. It's that basically they're making our own waiting screens now. So normally when I'm setting up the stream, I see what you guys are going to see when we go live, but instead it was showing me like the, going live in like 2 minutes short sort of screen. And by the time I said let's go live, I still had the screen on because I have like a delay of about like 20 to 30 seconds. But now I can see that you guys can see me, so we're good. We're good. And I'll know for next time to not be worried. But part of me was worried. Part of me was slightly worried. I was like, are they watching like a red screen? Hey, Frenchie Mom, hey, Squirrel, welcome to the stream tonight. So we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff. Last week we took a little break from Warp Zone stuff because the news was getting like really redundant, and it was pretty much like everyone trashing on game key cards with no one really knowing what was happening. And I think now's finally the time to talk about them tonight because Nintendo sort of opened up about why game key cards are a thing. And I think we're going to go over that tonight. I think everyone already knows my position. It's basically not my favorite thing in the world, but I do see why they did it, and it is better than the alternative of having like code in a boxes. So I do way prefer game key cards to codes in a box, but obviously it is a definite like second place to full downloads. And yes, Topaz is already here wanting the attention because I started talking to y'all. So she's like, hey, wait a second, you're paying attention to other people, so I absolutely need to have my belly scratched right now. I cannot not have my belly scratched. So that's what that's all about. Okay. Welcome once kilos. Nanaki, welcome back. Nice to see you guys here tonight as well. But that's not all we're going to talk about tonight. We have a new game hitting the Nintendo 64 online service. We're going to look at that. In general, we're going to look at the final specs for the Nintendo Switch 2 because Digital Foundry published the final specs of the Nintendo Switch 2 all the way down to the RAM and even the portion of the RAM that will be dedicated to the operating system, which is actually pretty high. Pretty high considering where it was on the Switch 1. So we're going to be looking at that. But Switch 1 was also very limited RAM-wise. And it maybe asks the question why we never got custom like backgrounds and being able to customize your Switch 1 like experience on like, let's say the like custom wallpapers and stuff like that. It actually probably has to do with the extremely low reservation that the system had on system resources. But I'll translate that a little bit more to English. We do have a couple of things I want to take a look at, some quick things. So announcement, Nintendo's going to Gamescom. That's good news. I want to take a quick look at the video that Nintendo put out for the San Francisco store. We're going to talk about the mistake with the VRR support, which apparently won't be supporting TVs. And we're going to go look at basically the list of all the improvements that are the free updates. Because now Nintendo has opened the gates and they've told us exactly what each game in the free updates is getting. So we're going to go through the 12 games that are getting free updates and see what exactly it is that we're getting in those updates. So although it's not packed, I would say it's going to be a pretty good show overall. A lot of stuff to look at, and I'm going to catch up with y'all. Hey, Champ Dancer, welcome back, my man. Matt, I've got to say, I've been crazy addicted to Core Keeper. Crazy addicted. I've put in a lot. considering how much time I had to play, I put in a lot of hours. Like I would say I easily put in like probably 6 or 7 hours into it. I'd have to go look if there's a timer like in game, but I would say about 6 or 7 hours. I beat we beat the first boss on stream last time, and now I beat the second one as well. And I realized I was a huge moron after beating that first boss, because I didn't even realize where you were supposed to put like the special item that you got from that boss to unlock basically more special items. So I was wandering around like the environment for a long freaking time before realizing that basically I had all the items needed to actually track down the next bosses. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with Core Keeper. It's actually really, really good. It's like it's the. I'll tell you guys honestly, I never personally really connected with Minecraft, because I think the Minecraft experience, I don't know, it didn't speak to me, and the first person perspective and all that to me was like lacking. Like I didn't connect with it, but basically Core Keeper is like the Minecraft I always wanted. You know what I mean? And I know it's way simpler than Minecraft. I know it's not as deep as the game. I know there's a lot less stuff to do in it and whatnot, but overall, it's maybe the perfect one for me, because I think Minecraft was a little bit too open-ended. Like, you know, I like to have an objective, a boss to go beat. And I know there is one in Minecraft, but let's be honest, there's like, it's extremely open with like nothing to direct you whatsoever. Core Keeper does that perfect, like, I find balance of like letting you roam free, but at the same time, it's clear that you do have an objective, like, and whatnot. So, awesome game. If you haven't tried it yet, definitely pick it up. It is awesome. Awesome. Yeah, you were driving back from Pennsylvania. Man, on top of it, just quick update, hockey update. My freaking Toronto Maple Leafs got eliminated. Not my Maple Leafs, but like, let's say they were the front-running team in the leftover teams that I would take for, because my Canadians have been out for a while now. So now basically there's only the Winnipeg Jets. Did the Jets pass? Hold on. I have a blank. I know there's a Western team that's in the finals. No, the Stars won against the Jets, because it's the Edmonton Oilers. It's the Oilers that made it out. Yeah, it's because I wasn't watching Western. I've started watching Western now because, like, every Eastern team that I really care about is gone. Yeah, exactly. Jets out. It's Edmonton. You're right. It's the Oilers. But basically, yeah. I'm not going to lie. I'm just hoping, like, one of the Canadian teams can bring the cup home this year. It's been a while that we haven't had the cup in Canada. It's about time. Time to be back. But anyway, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. Okay, so yeah, that's about what we have set up for the show for tonight. Also, I just want to throw it out there. I don't know if you guys watched the eSHOP deals video of tonight, but I made a big change to eSHOP deals. Well, it's maybe not a big change to any of you who are just going to watch it, but for me, production-wise, it's a big change, because now I'm doing... eSHOP deals is not only going to cover US prices, it's going to cover US, Canada, Australia, UK, and EU prices. I've been wanting to do it for a while. I finally took the time to like set up the templates and see where I want to put the stuff and how I want to do it and whatnot. And today's video was the first video of the new generation of eSHOP deals. It's a big deal because it's basically, you know, it's in line with my view for the channel that as the Switch 2 hits, I want to make the channel as successful as possible. and it's a step towards that, because the bigger we can grow the audience, the better we'll be overall. And it on top of it, it takes nothing away to the to the US audience, to the North American audience. It actually just makes, I find, the experience overall better, because maybe you'll see a game that isn't on sale currently in the US, and you can wish list it for when it comes out on sale in the US, and then I'll probably tell you all when it's out when it's on sale in the US as well. So it's just going to like make things even better. Now, currently it's still everything is US, like in the sense that today none of the games was not on sale in the US, but it is possible in the future in videos that like there might be one or two games that is only on sale in Europe, not yet in the US, and so forth. But like I said, it's something that I think was needed to happen to make sure that we go and make ourselves as successful as possible, because the world is a big place, and you know what I mean? Like, let's bring in more people from all over. So like basically every, part that like most likely is going to watch English content. Grovel's here, I can start. You mean Grovel's here, I can ban him and then start? Yeah, that's about it. But yeah, anyway, so it's a big change. It took me quite a while. I know it sounds dumb, but actually setting up a way to make sure you have all the prices properly listed and everything properly listed, like, easily took me an extra 2 hours for this video. Now, obviously, production times are going to come back to normal once I sort of get the hang of the new system, but initially, right now, it's taking me more time. So that's why it was a big change, because I knew there's going to be that initial like increase before like efficiency kicks in, where and I have to get over that hump to like, get back to the norm. But hopefully, for any viewers out there that were feeling left out because I didn't have the Canadian prices there, maybe you liked watching the videos, but you're like, hey, I never get UK sales. I never know if a game's on sale in the UK or Europe or Australia. Well, now you will. Now you'll know. You won't have to check it for yourself. I will check it for you and put it in the video. Obviously, it does lead to some weird stuff sometimes, like the percentage off. I'm still focusing based on the US price. So sometimes I'll give you an example. There was one or two games. It was like 80% off in the US, but it was 70% off, 75% off in the UK. Well, I left 80 there because I'm not going to start doing like 5 different percentages. You know what I mean? It just makes, it's just like, for comprehension's sake and for legibility in the video, it makes way more sense to focus on one overall percentage, which is going to be focused on the US percentage. But other than that, I would say it doesn't really change anything overall globally. You know what I mean? Because it's still the same stuff. But I was really happy that I got it all together, and that when I saw the finished product, I was actually happy with how it turned out. I was wondering how it would turn out once I would do the final product, because you never know. But now you do. Now I do. Rick is Canadian. If you didn't know yet, yes, I am Canadian, unfortunately. Which is why I'm so polite all the time, Always so polite. So let's jump into the stuff quietly and slowly jump into stuff. Number one, let's go with really some quick little announcement. Last week, we got a brand new game added to Nintendo Switch Online for the Nintendo 64. However, I would have missed it in the last week's Warp Zone, because it got announced like the day after Warp Zone, or even no, 2 or 3 days after Warp Zone. It's always like that. Every announcement, like every Shadow announcement, always drops like on a Wednesday or Thursday. So when we do Warp Zone on Monday, it always hits the week after. I don't know about percentages offs and whatnot, but that Sonic hat rocks. I know, I love this Sonic hat. I've told you the story before. It's my favorite Sonic hat, and the dog tried to eat it. It's the only hat of mine that he's ever tried to nibble on, is this one for some reason. And I was so angry because it is literally like, I've got to say, all of my hats combined, it is my it is my favorite one. It is my absolute favorite hat, is this one. And it was expensive too. I had to custom order it from the US, from Amazon US. So I was like slightly cheesed off when he nibbled on it. I sort of fixed it, but it's not 100. Like, you can see a little bit of like imperfections here, but that's all you can see, is that little bit of imperfection there. But honestly, I really, me and my wife are thinking, I said that like we canceled a trip to New York. We actually might have a trip back on to New York for Canadians Thanksgiving. So in the fall, so I might be visiting the Nintendo store in New York after the launch of Switch 2, which is going to be exciting for me. So I might be hitting New York again. So anyway, just throwing it out there. I was like saddened, and then there's maybe positive news about that. Okay, here we are talking about our first story. Basically, add on to the Nintendo Switch Online. If you didn't know, we got Killer Instinct 64 Gold. They just say Killer Instinct Gold, but I'm pretty sure 64 was on the box back in the day. Awesome little fighting game. If you haven't had a chance to throw down in Killer Instinct before, it is an extremely fun game to get into, but it is extremely combo heavy. So if you don't like mashing multiple inputs, it is challenging in that fashion. Hey, by the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button, okay? 19 people in here, 7 likes. It's okay. Not everyone has to love me, but I do think we should be somewhere over like a third of the people here, okay? Just saying it like that. Make sure you hit that like button. Help support the channel. Send out the stream to extra people. Now, sound, everything should be good. Let's take a look at the announcement trailer and fall in love with Killer Instinct all over again. I remember on the SNES, man, when it came out, it was like the nuts. It was almost as big as Mortal Kombat when the first one came out. Almost, not quite. At Killer Instinct 64, I am glad that they stuck with the ultimately 2D fighting style. Because ultimately it's 2D in 3D environments. And I'm really glad they did that. Because they could have made the mistake that a lot of fighting games were trying to do and all go like pure 3D. So by the way, it's already out. It came out on the 16th, if you missed it in the trailer. Fantastic little fighting game. Oh, we have a little bit more. Nice. Nice. Crushed with the boulder. But, yeah. Love is a bit strong. No, I love this game. I remember we threw down a lot at my friends' places. Like, we would pop out Killer Instinct, and it was absolutely fantastic. Like I said, personally, more the Super Nintendo, like original Killer Instinct was more what we really dove into a lot. But it was chef's kiss, an awesome game to jump into. I used to always play the fire dude. I forget his name, but the fire dude was my guy. The one that you would like do quarter circle and he would do a fireball. He would turn into a fireball and like basically dash at the other character. He was my character, man. I think he was somewhere in here. Is he in 64? I don't remember. Do we see him for a sec? We see a lot of fire, but we don't see the fire dude. Too bad. Everyone remembers Kilgore, though. Fulgore. I say Kilgore. Fulgore. The guy with the two, with the, like, basically, like, Wolverine claws or Baraka claws, depending on what you want to relate to. But yeah, overall, very nice little addition to the Nintendo 64. And honestly, I talked about this on Twitter this week. I popped it out there. I really do think that Nintendo, with the updates to the Nintendo Switch 2 games, like the first party games, I really think they should take the same strategy that they took with the Nintendo Switch Online, where every month they shadow drop like an update to a first gen Nintendo game. Like now they're dropping 12 to get the ball rolling, to get people excited about the Nintendo Switch 2. But I really do hope that the games that have not yet gotten updates all get a like update, even if it's just like a higher frame rate or a higher resolution, or like a basic little update. And they do it like on a monthly basis, the way they're doing Nintendo Switch Online, where we just wake up one morning and there's a trailer saying that Pikmin 3 Deluxe just got a Nintendo Switch 2 update, and that you can pop your game in and experience it in 4K with VRR support and handheld mode and all that garbage. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're gonna do the same strategy. If you're asking me, I think that's already their plan by seeing how they announce things currently. But if it's not in their plans, I really do hope they consider it, because I think it's going to be a really way for people to feel like their old games are getting back into like they're getting more value out of the games that they already purchased. And not only that, I think it's actually going to maybe push sales of the Switch 1 games for people that only have a Switch 2. Because don't forget, there are going to be people that only have a Switch 2. I know all of us here, we're lovers of the Switch, so we're thinking of this as like, oh, this is going to be my next console. But I said it last time, don't forget, there are kids right now that are 8 or 9 years old, and their first console is going to be a Switch 2 instead of a Switch 1. Meaning that when they buy Breath of the Wild, they're going to experience it right away, the Switch 2 version. And how are you going to get them to buy Pikmin 3 Deluxe? Well, you say that if you buy the game, there's a free Switch 2 update. And I got it 50% off, so I'm feeling really good about that. By the way, I don't know about you in the US, but check your Walmarts. Here in Canada, each one of my Walmarts are liquidating different Nintendo first-party games. And I saw up to 60% off Nintendo first-party games, physical games, going to 3 different Walmarts. Now, the unfortunate part is I have most games already, so I can't really profit from them. And the one game that I did want to buy that I did not have was not on sale. Well, I got this one last week. Like I said, 50% off, first party game. I wanted to get Fire Emblem Engage because I don't have a physical version of that one. And unfortunately, they were out when I got there. But it was 60% off at my Walmart. So I don't know if in the US they're doing the same thing, but I would pop into them because they're not online, those deals. At least here in Canada, those deals are not online, and they're different from Walmart to Walmart. It is not the same games at each Walmart that I'm going to. Different games are on sale at each and every one, and they sell out super quick. Because I'm pretty sure that there are resellers out there that are tracking them down, popping into Walmarts and buying up every game they have. Like even Pikmin 3 Deluxe at 50% off would have been an easy, like you could have bought like a dozen of those and resold them for like 25% off. You get what I mean? And make a decent markup on them. Emblem Engage was fun. I liked the 3 Houses better, but Engage was still fun. Engage was still a good, it's still a good game. It's hard to follow up what, in my opinion, is one of the best recent Fire Emblem games, because it's a series that has so much history. It's like the game that had to follow up Final Fantasy VII. Like, I think Final Fantasy VIII is actually a better game than a lot of people remember. The problem is it was the game that had to follow up Final Fantasy VII. Do you understand what I mean? Like, how do you follow up like a generational iconic game like Final Fantasy VII? No matter how good the next game is, it's probably not gonna be up to par with Final Fantasy VII because it's part of such a long running series. It's not like God of War to God of War Ragnarok, where it was like a whole new. Do you get what I mean? Like, yes, there were God of Wars before, but it was a whole new version of God of War, and they only had to show up the previous God of War because they weren't going back to the old style. But like Final Fantasy VIII had like its job cut out for it. I loved that game. I loved Final Fantasy VIII, but I get that it never rose to where Final Fantasy VII was simply because I think it was doomed. I think it was doomed. Like, the only thing that would have satisfied people would have been Final Fantasy VII Part 2. Like, it's the only thing that would have made people happy back then when it came out. People still liked the game. It just like I still remember the back in the day everyone was like, well, it's not as good as the last one though. You played Final Fantasy X and X2 during COVID. You cried. I cried at Final Fantasy. I'll admit, I cried in Final Fantasy X as well. It's Final Fantasy 7. I didn't cry, and I've told the story before, and I'm sorry. This is not spoilers. The game came out like 30 years ago. Okay. I never used Aerith in my team the first playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. I didn't like Aerith. I had Tifa in my team. I was team Tifa like 100%. So when the event happens with Aerith, I didn't like. Was I sad? Yes, but I didn't really care about the character because she wasn't a favorite of mine. I don't know. I didn't connect with her. I connected with Cloud. I connected with Sephiroth. I connected with Red 13 more than I connected with Aerith in Final Fantasy VII. But that was just like a personal perspective. So I wasn't sad. But Final Fantasy X, I was sad because that game made you use everyone in a really smart way that Final Fantasy VII didn't. Like, often people will like, a lot of people will finish Final Fantasy VII and might have never used certain team members. You stopped when Cloud was in drag. I really can't wait to play Final Fantasy VII Remake because I have it on PS5, on PS4, and I never played it because I was like, oh, I'm gonna play it when I have some time, and now we're gonna get it on Switch 2. So I'm really glad I got it on sale for $20 on PlayStation 4 because I'm gonna end up never playing that game on PlayStation 4. Hey, Needles Dragon, welcome. Okay. Now, with that out of the way, let's move on to our next story. We're gonna go. We're gonna do the fast stuff first. So, Nintendo put out on their German account a quick notification to say, put it in your calendar. Nintendo is attending Gamescom 2025 this year. So, and they're going to be there from the 20th to the 24th of August in Köln. So that's Cologne, Germany. See you there, sort of type of thing. This is really, 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 really good news. Because if you guys don't know, Nintendo actually skipped out on Gamescom last year because basically they had nothing major to announce. What does this mean? And let's be honest, they're not going to go there just to re-announce the same stuff they already announced for the Switch 2. So what does that mean is that we can probably look to a very fruitful end of the summer with some really awesome announcements to come. Like, Nintendo is probably going to set up number one, holiday season and 2026 at Gamescom. Like, obviously there's going to be more stuff that's going to be announced for next year further down the road. But the fact that they're showing up at Gamescom probably means that we're going to be getting a Nintendo Direct. I would actually believe like the week before. Like, if I was Nintendo, I would do my Nintendo Direct around like the 15th. And then basically show off the new shit that that they're going to be showing off at Gamescom. Because the Nintendo Direct is going to have to be before Gamescom, because or else it sort of like ruins the visibility of the Direct. So I'm thinking what this means is that we're getting a August Direct, mid-August Direct, and then they're going to be showcasing what they're showing off in that August Direct at Gamescom. And that is a super exciting scenario, because that means that, you know how I said, like, what's Nintendo's big holiday game? Is it Metroid Prime 4? Is it? Really? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. I think Nintendo Prime 4 is going to show up as a, like, end of the summer game. Because right now, we have Donkey Kong lined up. What are we missing? We have Donkey Kong lined up for July. But we sort of like have a hole in August. And I'm feeling that Nintendo, for the launch year of the Nintendo Switch 2, is going to try to do almost a monthly release of something first party. They're not going to all be major things. Are we going to get a collection for Metroid Prime 2 and 3? Kirby DLC August. It's not a game though. I feel like I get you on that, Frenchie Mom, but I feel like they're gonna want a game to go along with it. And I don't know. Is Metroid Prime 4 their holiday game? I'm really like debating internally with myself, because I'm like, are they gonna base their initial holiday season on a Metroid game? And I know Metroid Dread did the best ever for a Metroid game before that. But does Metroid Prime 4 have the chops to drive a holiday game in? And I'm gonna tell you why I don't think it is. Nintendo generally with their holiday games tries to have it they try to make sure that it's a game that can fit with all ages. And Metroid Prime 4, I feel, doesn't fit with their younger audience. Like, Metroid Prime 4 is amazing for me. It's amazing for, I would say, 13, 14 and above. But you're not buying Metroid Prime 4 for an 8-year-old. What, as a parent, what are you buying your 8-year-old from Nintendo for their Switch 2 in September, October, right now? Because Donkey Kong comes out too far away, like it's too early. What are you buying for your young child? Pokemon? Maybe Pokemon, but generally Pokemon. Yeah, but Mario Kart, a lot of people are going to have it bundled. I agree with you, NDJ. If you don't have the bundle, but most people who aren't extreme collectors are getting the bundle. Like, people who are collecting physical are getting it separate, but most people are going to buy the bundle, and I guarantee you that they're going to be pushing the bundle at Christmas. So Mario Kart's going to sell insanely. but it's going to sell insanely because it's in the bundle. I'm really in the impression that we're going to know what their holiday game is the week before Gamescom, and they're going to push it. They're going to have people trying and playing it at Gamescom, like demo versions and whatnot. But overall, we're not going to spend any more time on this announcement because, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying, stay tuned. August is probably going to be a big month for announcements for Nintendo. So I do think Nintendo's might be a little bit quiet in July. And it's going to be mid-August that we're going to be getting the directs and stuff. So I do think we're starting to see what Nintendo's summer is going to look like. Because they don't need to do a direct before Donkey Kong launches. You know what I mean? And Donkey Kong launches mid-July. So I do think Nintendo, like, they might do, like, follow-ups to the Switch stuff, like the Switch 2 stuff, the basic Switch 2 stuff, but I don't think they're going to follow up. I don't think we're going to get a full direct till August. Okie dokie. Next. Once again, still in the fast news, Nintendo put out a little video on Twitter basically showing off the San Francisco store, which is the second North American store for Nintendo. Nintendo, what have I said multiple times? You've got to open a store in Canada as close to Montreal as possible. As close to Montreal as possible. If you open it in Montreal, I will love you forever. But I'm prepared to give you all the way to Toronto. Okay? I will drive 6 hours to go to the New York store at least a couple of times a year. Okay? I'm willing to make that sacrifice. But you just got to bring the store to Canada. Because right now, New York is like a 9-hour drive. That's a bit much. Because I can't do it back and forth in one day. It hurts. It physically would hurt. And I can't really bring shit back over the border. Especially right now. They're probably going to be checking. Okay? So, it is what it is. I will, champ. Oh, you missed the beginning. I said my trip might be back on for the fall. Like I know I was supposed to go to New York this summer, and that got sort of sidetracked. But we most likely will be. I most likely will be going back to New York, but more for Canadian Thanksgiving. So in the fall. So yeah, 8.5. Awesome, man. That's not like it's not bad if you're spending a few days. Do you understand what I mean? Like I would say beyond 6 hours, it's really rough to do a back and forth. That's where like 6 hours I find is like the limit for a back and forth. Because that's like 12 hours of driving in one day, and you've got to spend time wherever you are over there. Like you understand what I mean? Like more than 6 hours of driving pretty much means you need a hotel room when you get there. So that just bumps the costs up crazy. It's not a pleasant experience. But let's take a look at the video they put out of the quick tour of the San Francisco store. Or it might just be an image montage because I actually haven't seen it at all. Honestly, it looks a lot like the New York store, and that's not surprising. Man, well, I honestly wish they would have showed us a little more. Let's play it again. But ultimately, if you've ever been to a Nintendo store, you know, for those who have, like, it's oddly enough, like, I would have thought that Nintendo stores would have been packed with like indie stuff, but no. It's all first party, and it's like Legos and Mario. But you can get a lot of also like memorabilia that's really hard to get elsewhere. Like I bought like my Super Nintendo T-shirt comes directly from the New York store, as well as my Zelda hoodie that has a stain on it now, and that I'm super pissed off about. I do agree with you there, Frenchie. I'm not exactly sure how they decided on San Francisco. I think they were looking at West Coast cities, and I'm gonna tell you something. I think they planned this many years in advance, and I think that when they planned this originally, the situation was maybe better in San Francisco than it is now, because I would say that San Francisco got rougher. Like I personally don't I personally don't like know San Francisco personally, but I've read a lot over the years about San Francisco and how it's unfortunately gotten a little rough over there. But however, I would say that it really is the last few years, because if you look about 10 years back, I find San Francisco had such a good reputation. It's really like the last like honestly since COVID that stuff really started hearing bad stuff about San Francisco. I don't know. And I'm going off of what I hear, you know? I'm going off of what I hear because, like I said, I personally don't live there. So if anyone lives there that wants to correct me and say, like, no, it's not like that. But I just know a lot. Like, it is what it is. But yeah, exactly. Many retail shops and flagships left San Francisco because apparently, like, shoplifting is just insane. There's not much the stores can do about it. Even with private security, stores are having trouble, and it's insane costs to have that private security. And apparently, that's what I heard. Exactly. It's just like you lose more than you make with retail in that part in those parts. To be honest, though, New York is having is having a similar problem. Like New York is like you can't find pharmacies anywhere because people are stealing stuff off the shelves. But yeah, so honestly, like it's a nice look. I'll probably never go there because it is super super far from me, and um I would have like no reason to go to the San Francisco store instead of the New York store, and I have no plans to visit San Francisco anytime soon. Like honestly, I'll probably see the Kyoto store before I see the San Francisco store. Yeah, I know that's what I heard. Like the last time we went to New York, they told us don't take the subway. They said like guys, don't take the subway. You're better off walking. And I actually walked from I walked from the port all the way up to, hold on, I need a map of New York. New York City. Have to be precise here. Oh, dude. I don't want to buy a map. Just give me a stupid map, dude. Here. So, last time with my wife, we basically walked from down here, from the ferry terminal, all the way up to 114th. So we walked from there to there like in a straight line. Honestly, though, it looks really bad, but it honestly wasn't. Yeah, but honestly, we wanted to walk because we sort of left there. We went to like Little Italy. We had supper there. Then we're like, you know what? Let's just walk up, and if we get fed up, we'll like grab a taxi or something, and we just kept walking and walking and walking, and we made it up there fine. Like honestly, it took a while, but we had nothing better to do, and we got to see everything. Like we went up we went up Fifth Avenue. Where's Fifth? Anyway, whatever it is, we went up Fifth Avenue. I know all the way because like we got to all the like expensive stores and shit. Like the store that sells like the giant geodes and stuff was actually pretty funny. Like I went into the store that like there's this store that sells rocks, but like expensive rocks, like geodes and like fossils and stuff like that. And I went in and I started like filming it because I was at, and I wasn't filming it for YouTube. I was like filming it to send it back to my kids because like they had a geode like that was like twice my size. It was freaking huge. And the guy's like, "Oh, you can't take pictures." And I'm like, "Okay, dude. Okay, sorry, man." Like first time that someone told me I can't take pictures in a store in New York. And that's the only place that told me like you can't take pictures. And I was like, "What? Okay." Anyway, but yeah, one way or the other, San Francisco store is open now. If any of you are in the West Coast and you go there, I'd love to hear your comebacks on it. Like in a couple of months, is the store destroyed with like nothing on the shelves and everything locked up? I wonder because right now nothing looks locked up on the shelves. But I'm wondering if like in a month or two they're gonna start like tying shit down. You know what I mean? You guys gotta let me know. Okay. First, let's start with one of the more upbeat stories. And I took Nintendo Life's article here because they did a great job of putting it all together. But we're going to go look at the 12 games that are getting free Switch 2 upgrades and basically what the upgrades are going to be for each one of the games. So, like I said earlier, Nintendo opened up the dam, and now we're going to find out. We know exactly what is happening to each game to be considered a Switch 2 upgrade. And you're going to see that it's maybe not what people were all expecting. And the free ones are sometimes, I would say, you can see why they're free because no one would actually pay for what Nintendo's doing to the games. So let's go take a look at the 12 Nintendo Switch games and what each one of them is how each one of them is being upgraded. So they did this in alphabetical order, by the way. If you're wondering the order of this, it's alphabetical. So we're actually getting an upgrade for ARMS. Honestly, I only tried ARMS. I don't have ARMS. So part of me now wants to see if I can get a cheapo copy somewhere of ARMS, because I feel like if there's one first party Nintendo game that might be like on sale everywhere, it would be this one. But basically, this one is getting the visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 and high resolution TVs for improved image quality. So it's getting a resolution boost. Frame rate optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 for smoother movement, even when playing with 3 players or more. So we're getting a frame rate boost. So this is really a performance boost. And finally, we are getting HDR support. So overall, ARMS is getting like the visual treatment. It is getting the performance boost that a lot of people have been asking for a lot of games. So honestly, might be worth trying it a second time. And this is where I said that this can get people to buy Nintendo Switch 1 games that they don't have just to play them on Nintendo Switch 2. Do you get back where I was telling my story at the beginning? Don't forget, there are people that will not have these games on Switch 1 that might finally buy them because of these updates. Because they're getting a Switch 2 for the first time, or they just skip these games on Switch 2 and at the beginning, they might try it. Exactly, it was a launch title for Switch 1. So, and however, like I said, some people might, their first Switch might be a Switch 2. So they might be like, hey, I can get a game and now it's upgraded to like Switch 2 quality. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm really into this, and I really hope they do this with pretty much all the Nintendo Switch 1 games. Next, we have Big Brain Academy, Brain versus Brain. Up to 4 people can play in party mode, and you can now share the game locally or share online via game chat. So you know the famous game chat sharing where one person can have the game, but you can share it to 2 or 3 other Switches? Well, it's going to work with Brain versus Brain. So this isn't even getting a performance update or anything like that. They're just making it compatible with that new sharing platform, which is, like I said, where I was surprised by some of these updates. And like I said, once again, you can get people to buy this that didn't have it before. Next, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. One extremely underrated game on the Switch if you haven't played it. It is I love this game. I love Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. I talked about it the last time. I'm not going to spend an hour talking about it again, but Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, one of my first Switch games. I completely love that game. I actually might do a second playthrough with the upgrades. So first, visualize, optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 with high-resolution TVs for improved image quality and HDR support. I find Treasure Tracker is an absolutely beautiful game to begin with. I'm really looking forward to seeing how good it's going to look in Switch 2 with a 4K display. 2 people can play all courses. So now 2 people can play all the courses, and you can also share it via game chat. Now this is fun. Why? Because I have 1 copy of Treasure Tracker, but I have once I have the Switch 2, I'm gonna have 4 Switches in my house. So what does that mean? That means I can give my wife one of my Switches, and I don't need to buy a second copy of Toad Treasure Tracker, and she's gonna be able to play. I'm going to be able to share the game with her online via game chat. Freaking awesome. Clubhouse 51 worldwide games. Up to 4 people can play 34 games. So out of the 51, 34. So that's literally 2/3 of the games. Share locally online via game chat. So we're going to go fast through these. Like, I'm not going to repeat because this is exactly the same update that we got for Big Brain Academy. They're bringing this to the game chat. And you know how they said Nintendo didn't innovate enough with the Switch? I think that people are going to eat their words with the game chat support. I think they're going to bring back the community feeling with the Switch, where you can show up at a friend's place with a game, take out your Switches and start playing a game together that you haven't played. And Nintendo's going to wind up selling more games because of that. I know you're going to say, why? I don't need to play the game if my friend has it and he can come over. But when your friend's gone, are you going to want to keep playing the game if you fell in love with it? Yes, you will, and you might buy your own copy. And that's why they don't care about this. Because they know that, like, eventually you're going to wind up buying the game, or you're going to want to play it with someone else. And that other person won't have it. Or your friend's going to beat your ass in one of the games and you're going to be like, I'm going to buy it, and next time I'm the one who's going to beat his ass. It's going to happen, guys. Next one is a very interesting update. Game Builder Garage. Visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 display, high-resolution TVs, improved image quality. Okay, so it's getting the visual treatment. But we are getting mouse controls. Honestly, this is really, really big if you were into Game Builder Garage, because the mouse was somewhat limiting in the creation of the games. Like, it did make things harder than they needed to be in some instances, even though I think they did a pretty good job of adapting it to controller support. This could be really interesting. Now, I maintain that if you played Game Builder Garage, it is still a little bit too limiting for someone to really put a bunch of hours into, okay? I myself put a decent amount of hours trying to develop a game. And look, I'm not saying that I learned all the tricks of the trade, but I tried pretty hard, and I was multiple ideas that I had, even through online forums and all that, I just had to accept it's not going to work in Game Builder Garage because of the limitations of the software itself. Like it wasn't giving me the options I was looking for to getting what I wanted out of that game. So and the problem with that is if you have someone serious who's like, okay, I'll throw out a number. I want to put 500 hours into building a small Metroidvania adventure that you can knock out in an hour and a half. Okay, because I would say that's what it would take. Like if you want a decent Metroidvania that you can knock out in an hour and a half to 2 hours, you have to put, and you're solo developing, you have to put at least 500 hours into that. Like I would say that would be just like normal. Okay, why would you do it on Game Builder Garage and the game not end up being what you want when there are a bunch of other more serious platforms where you could do it, be far less limited, and ultimately even be able to share and sell your game? Do you understand? Like there are different platforms out there for less than the cost of buying Game Builder Garage that you can buy a license and do it. You understand? I tried to make my own Metroidvania, and like I said, it was too limiting, and then I realized if I put time into this, if I do, I'm stupid to do it on Game Builder Garage. You understand? I'm better off like dropping it after like 20 hours and switching to a different platform than to keep investing time into this platform. Does that make any sense? Like to people out there, it's that like if you're gonna do it on a platform that you can actually do it. But you know where I wanted to do it is I have to remember the name. There's a program specifically for making Game Boy style games. It's Game Boy. Oh my God! It's like, and that's the platform I wanted to dive into because I wanted a 2D Metroidvania, simple 2D Metroidvania, and I would be perfectly happy with Game Boy style graphics. As you all know, I love Game Boy style graphics. Okay, and basically that's where I would have put my time into if I decided to keep going with it. And it's a free platform on top of it. Like, and when I said like for less than the thing is I would have just bought asset packs because I'm a shit artist and I know I'm a shit artist. So I would have bought like asset packs for you know what I mean? For the visuals and the pixel art. I want to be legit. I don't want to steal the stuff, but I would have bought an asset pack that I'm allowed to reuse and tried to personalize it to my liking. But anyway, just saying, it's still a very fun game to see if you could get into game development. Do you understand? Because if after 20 hours, you're like, hey, I love this, but I can't do enough, that is the ultimate sign that you should invest into a different platform. But that's what's sad about this is that it doesn't let you make the leap to the next step. It just sort of lets you discover that fire that you need to know you should go somewhere else. Okay? Now we're spending way too much time on Game Builder Garage. Let's go through the rest of these because we're at like we're going pretty decent. We're at like 5 or 6 out of 12. This one I really want to play another time. New Super Mario Brothers U Deluxe. I'm going to tell you why. I really didn't play through the whole thing. Just because it's like it's a decent New Super Mario Brothers game, but it's not a stellar one. So I remember making about halfway through it and being distracted by some other game that came out. But I'd be interested in looking for it. So this is pure just a performance boost. Okay. And not even performance, but just improved image quality. So it's getting like an upscaling. Now these are the two big ones. Now this, I'm going to not lie to you guys. If the patch is actually out on June 5th, we are probably going to play Pokemon Scarlet. I have Scarlet. Now, visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 display and high-resolution TVs for improved image quality, and the frame rate improved for smoother movement or on Nintendo Switch 2. Now, I have heard some people talking about the fact that this could actually make the game look worse. Because apparently, people who emulated the game through on computers and other systems said that the how can I say, the models themselves were so low res because they knew that the end product of the game was going to be so low res that by upscaling it higher, the games actually looked really bad. Do you understand what I mean? Is that, like, it's like if you take, okay, if you would take the original Legend of Zelda on the NES and you try to upscale it to 4K, it's not going to actually make the game look better. It's going to make it look worse. You understand? Because the game was never made to be played in 4K. You really have to redo the whole game. You have to remake the whole game for it to make sense. Now, this is not quite as drastic as that, because we're talking about NES to 4K. But this game was made to be viewed on like a 720p screen at most, and already on a 720p screen, it was the resolution itself was lower than that. So if you take models that were made for like a 720p screen and you just pop them onto a 4K upscaler, they're not necessarily going to look better. So some people said it might actually look worse. So that's why I am really looking forward to trying this one as soon as it's available. Another one that I'm really looking forward to is Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Now, this is actually one of the bigger updates. Why? Because it's sort of getting everything put together. Number one, visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display of high resolution, so it's getting the high res package. The frame rate optimized for smoother movement on Nintendo Switch 2. Because if you remember, Super Mario 3D World did have some slowdowns, especially in the open world section, especially when you were moving fast on the water. There were some choppy frame rates. That should be ironed out, hopefully. And HDR support, but only for Bowser's Fury. Honestly, it makes sense because I'm not sure how much the original 3D World is going to benefit from HDR support. But Bowser's Fury was the best part of that game anyway. Like, and that's sort of like throwing shade on 3D World. 3D World was great, but the concept of Bowser's Fury was even better. Like, I love the open world Mario stuff. And on top of it, it's getting game share support. So up to 4 people can play Super Mario 3D World. In Bowser's Fury, 2 people can play together, 1 player controlling Mario and the other controlling Bowser Jr., and it's going to both work, share locally or online via game chat, once again. So Super Mario 3D World is getting the full package. It is getting, like, as a free update, it is getting the biggest package I think it can get as a free update. Super Mario Odyssey, HDR support, improved visuals, the visual package. Very happy to see this. Some people might dive back into Mario Odyssey. I personally am not going to. I loved Mario Odyssey, but too much stuff. I have to, there's a few that I'm going to have to just be honest with myself. I won't have time to jump back into. It also gets the game share support, so you can, one player controls Mario, the other one can control Cappy, and you can share it online via game chat. So almost as big as Super Mario 3D World, but there's no frame rate increase because the frame rate was already pretty decent. Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Optimized visuals for high resolution and improved image quality and HDR. Same thing for Link's Awakening. Now, what I'm finding funny here is no frame rate mentioning. But both these games had frame rate issues, especially in the overworlds. Not game-breaking frame rate issues, because I'm going to say it again, my favorite Zelda on the Switch, on the Switch 1, is this one right here. But it doesn't mention anything. And I'm wondering why. I'm really wondering why. Zelda snore. Get out of here, Wild One. And some people are, and I heard some people online like mumbling about this, where they're like, what the heck? Are you guys not going to fix the frame rate? I'm going to tell you why I think they're not fixing the frame rate. And I'm going to tell you right now. I think they don't need to. Because I think when they're talking about a frame rate upgrade, that means going from 30 to 60. Okay? Or going from like 30 to 45 or whatnot. I think that just the fact that the Switch 2 is going to be more powerful through emulation is going to fix the frame rate, but they're not aiming at putting it any higher. Do you understand the difference? I think where Nintendo is making a difference when they're talking about frame rate is games that they're actually having run at a higher frame rate than the original versions. However, I think that Zelda Echoes of Wisdom and Link's Awakening, what's actually happening here is that they're not going to be running at a higher frame rate than the original frame rate, but they're not going to stutter anymore. And that's why it's not considered an update or an upgrade. Do you follow me? Do you follow me? I think that's it. But time will tell. Definitely I'm gonna test these out though. Exactly. They'll run smoother, but they're not going to target a higher frame rate than the original versions of the games. Because they really aren't going to benefit from a higher frame rate. Like, they're top-down Zelda games. Obviously, would I like to see the next one run at 60 frames? Obviously. But they're not games that really, gameplay-wise, require that to feel good. And that's why I think that they're not getting the a frame rate. That's why I think frame rate isn't mentioned on that game. Same thing for Super Mario Odyssey. There were a few parts of the game where there could be drops, like when you're in the city, new something city, New Dunk, New Crunk, whatever the city's called. Like, I know that had some frame rate drops in some busy sections, but it's not going to target a higher frame rate than Super Mario Odyssey was already targeting on the original Switch. New Donk. That's it. Okay. I was like, Donk. There. Got it. See, not too bad. Sometimes I remember the names of stuff. Because if you guys don't know, if this is your first time on the channel, I'm really I've an extremely good visual memory, but I'm really bad at remembering like specific names of stuff. So like I'll always be able to describe a game, like what it looks like, how you play it, what you do in the game, but I'll have trouble remembering a title. Okay, now let's get into the last few little things that out of the way for tonight, story-wise, but the more like serious ones. So number one, Nintendo apologizes for the error with the mention of the Switch 2 VRR TV support. Once again, thank you so much. Article brought to us by Nintendo Life. Because they actually had an interview with a spokesperson at Nintendo, and they got some answers. So Friday, May 16th, they got an update. So we finally got some clarity and a statement from Nintendo on this. The information about variable refresh rate. So if you guys don't know what variable refresh rate is that basically it's where your display will match the frame rate that the game is basically playing at. It's going to cause, it's just going to make the overall image look smoother. Because if your display is running at 60, but the game's running at 45, it can cause stutters that isn't actually caused by the game, but is caused by the fact that the display and the game aren't running at the same refresh rate. Okay. And what VRR does is it has the display match the game's refresh rate. So it sort of bridges the gap so that you don't have an increased stuttering or an increased like frame pacing issue caused by the console communicating with the display. Okay. It's a lot more technical than that, but that's like the basic understanding of it. If you understand that, you know what's happening there. Okay. So basically what they are saying is that the original mention of variable refresh rate support originally published on the Switch 2 was incorrect. And VRR is for handheld mode only. Now, originally, I had come up with a theory where it was going to work in dock mode, but because they didn't know if a person's screen was going to be compatible with it, because by the way, for this to work, it's not only the console that has to have it, whatever display or TV you're using with your console also has to be compatible with the variable refresh rate. Okay, so I thought that the reason why they were not mentioning it in dock mode was because they didn't want people buying it, plugging it into a TV that wasn't compatible, and then saying, hey, how come I'm not getting this? Because you said on the box that I'm supposed to have it. Do you understand? But I was wrong, because apparently what Nintendo said is that it was just a pure error on their part that it was mentioned in dock mode at all, and that the Nintendo Switch 2 supports VRR in handheld mode only. The correct information was initially published on the incorrect information, was initially published on the Nintendo Switch 2 website, and they apologize for the error. Hey, see ya, Grovel. See ya next time. And they actually did a follow-up question asking on the topic of VRR support for dock mode coming in the future, firmware updates. Nintendo isn't denying the possibility, but they basically gave you the sort of stonewall answer of, we have nothing to announce on this topic. So most likely that they have no idea whether it's going to be coming to the dock right now. Well, not they have no idea, but it is definitely not a priority for them right now to get VRR working in dock mode. And a lot of people are arguing whether the dock actually has the hardware to be able to support it. Now, we're going to have to wait till we actually get it in hand. Oh, there's an update too on... Wait, I didn't see this one actually. As highlighted once again by Digital Foundry's Oliver McKenzie, this text has now apparently been removed from the... Oh no, this is just when they noticed that it was there at the start and then removed after. Oh, this is back in April. Okay, so this is the latest information. My bad. Okay, I was reading this. I thought this was May 17th. I just got messed up because 16th, then 17th. But I'm dumb. I just needed to read April. But what I was going to say then is that we'll need to get the dock, because some people are saying, and look, I'm not well enough versed into this, but obviously I'll look into it once I have the Switch 2 in hand. Apparently the Switch 2 has HDMI 2.0, and you have to have HDMI 2.1 support to be compatible with VRR in dock mode. Like the actual dock itself. Now, I'm not sure if there's an actual physical difference, though, between 2.0 and 2.1. Because sometimes sometimes some of these upgrades, especially when it's like the points, they can actually be upgraded through firmware without having to physically change what's on the dock. But I'm going to dig into this once I have the Switch 2 in hand, and once we can confirm if the plug on the Switch is 2.0 or 2.1, and I'm going to look into if it's upgradable through firmware or not. Now, some people might already know this or might have already looked into this, but I'm the kind of guy, I'm going to take the time to do it properly myself. But There have been arguments. I just saw arguments online, and I need to check it myself, because when it's people arguing that I don't know and that I can't confirm whether I trust their opinion or not, I'm gonna check the stuff myself. So, and the people I saw arguing, I don't know them. I don't know if they have the technical knowledge to actually confirm what they're saying. Because some people said that 2.0 can't become 2.1. Like, you would have to physically change the HDMI connection on the dock, while other people are saying no, it was firmware upgradable. But it is what it is. VRR support might be coming. A lot of you might be like, who even cares about VRR? Honestly, I would say if a game is well enough optimized and it's running at 60 or above, you only really notice it when you have a game that is significantly running faster than the display you have, or the opposite. You have a game significantly running under the general refresh rate of your display. And most people won't notice it at all, because if your game's running too slow, you're already being frustrated by the general refresh rate of the game itself. It's really only when you're running like super high performance cards, okay? Like if you're running an RTX 4080 and you're playing League of Legends and your frame rate counter says like 350 frames per second, but the display you're playing with is a 60 hertz display without VRR, I'm going to tell you right away, you might actually get stutters and problems because your graphics card is too good for your display. I'm definitely going to comb the desert. But anyway, Nintendo apologizes. It is now confirmed. It is not just a, oh, we don't want to put it on the box because we can't guarantee that your display has it. The dock itself at launch will not have VRR. Okay, so that is why I wanted to primarily bring it up, because we had talked about this in the past and my guess was wrong. It happens. I'm wrong sometimes. Extremely rarely, but it does happen apparently. We have the proof. Now we're going to talk about probably one of the most hot topics about the Nintendo Switch 2. Game key cards. Game key cards. Oh my god, is this like the Achilles heel right now of this Nintendo Switch 2 release? But I'm going to be honest, if it wasn't this, people would have been bitching about something else. Cuz I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's impossible for people to just be positive about something nowadays. And you know me, like for the people that are here usually, I'm extremely, like, although I qualify myself as a Nintendo fan, I think you've seen that I've always also evaluated their decisions very like objectively. You know, so I'm not like the point I'm trying to make is like, it's just sad that people always have to find something to bitch about. But I do get why people are upset here, okay? I'm just saying, like, I would like people to like maybe give it like 2 or 3 months, see where everything goes, and then bitch about it if really, really it's becoming an issue. But yeah. Okay, so quick update in case you don't know what game key cards are, is that basically right now on the Nintendo Switch, when you buy a physical game, you have 3 different possibilities. Okay? You have the best possibility is that the full game is on the card that you're buying. Okay? Generally, what that means is that the developer currently has to buy a 64 gigabyte card, puts the game on the card, and you pop it in your Switch, the game starts up, and your life is perfect. Okay? Option number 1. Option number 2 is that you can buy what's called a game key card. And a game key card is basically a card with almost no memory on it. It hasn't been specified exactly how much memory is on it, but basically what you're buying is an authentication key. So it still looks like a Switch card, but when you pop it in, there's actually nothing on the cart other than like an install file and an authentication file to confirm that you own the game. And when you pop it into your Switch, what it's actually going to go do is it's going to go download the game for you from the eShop. Now, you're not going to have to pay anything extra. You're not going to have to do much extra prop, most likely. But the card itself doesn't have the game on it. And now the third option is that they can still do code in a box, which is the absolute worst option ever in the world. And I'm going to tell you from personal experience, talking to retailers, codes in a box do not sell well at all. At all, at all, at all, at all. Like if a game says code in a box, they always stay stuck with a bunch of them at the store. Because I agree with you there, Medusa. I agree with you there 100%. But we're going to read the article here once again from Nintendo Life. I took this from Nintendo Life because, once again, it's their interview with Doug Bowser. But I'm going to frame this in a perspective after so that we can sort of understand what's going on here. Okay? And it's relating to the fact that I just explained that codes in a box don't sell well at all. Okay? So, Switch 2 introduces game keycards, which require users to download the game and raise its concerns in general about Nintendo's future physical support. If you're wondering about the company's plans going forward, Nintendo of America President Doug Bowser has reassured everyone that physical games remain a key part of its business for now, and that Doug Bowser spoke to IGN about it's IGN, my bad, recently at the new Nintendo San Francisco store, while also touching on the supposed benefits of game key cards for publishing partners. So in the immediate future, physical games are still a key part of our business, and we value our relationship in particular with our retailers. Keep this in mind. Retailers. And we're going to get back to that. And want to make sure that we have products available for them to sell to their consumers. When you look at game key cards for us, our goal with Nintendo Switch 2, similar to what we were able to accomplish with Nintendo Switch, is to have the broadest and deepest library of content we possibly can. And that includes our publishing partners, and game key cards are a way for our publishing partners are able to bring more content onto the platform, deeper and larger, more immersive content on the platform. Whatever. I might have made some mistakes reading through that, but you get the idea. They want also the publishing partners to make game key cards, blah, blah, blah. So while traditional games are still important according to Doug Bowser, game keycards are simply a way of allowing Nintendo's publishing partners to bring more content and a larger experiences to the new platform, and what's likely at a more affordable price, allowing the platform to have the broadest and deepest library possible. Now, Limited Run announced that its second game was going to be fully on the cartridge because basically what happened is even Limited Run, their first release was a game key card, but that was not their decision. It was the the makers of the game had a choice, because Limited Run publishes your game physically or makes your game physical, but the company that makes the game, they're the ones in the contract to decide, do they want bigger profit and going for a physical game, a real cartridge, or do they want a game key card, make more profit and be able to sell the game at a lower price? Now, let me just explain to you what's happening here, okay? A game. Now, we are working off theoretical numbers, but I really don't think these numbers are probably very far from the truth. Currently, a Blu-ray disc for PS5 or Xbox is probably at a cost of about $1 a disc. What that means is that when you're buying a game for $70, the actual disc itself that it's printed on costs about $1. Okay? So out of the $60 game, $70 game that you're buying, 69 of the dollars or 59 of the dollars are actually being split between the retailer and the producer of the game. Obviously, there are distribution costs, there's the box for the game, there's all that other stuff, but we're just cutting out all the numbers just to make things simple, because a box for PS4 and a box for Switch are about the same cost. So all those other costs are probably very similar, meaning that they cancel each other out. Okay? If we're talking just logically here. So the problem is currently, apparently, if you want to put a game on the 64 gigabyte cartridge, I heard that it's actually about $16 to buy the cartridge. So what that means is that if you are releasing Shovel Knight Treasure Trove on Nintendo Switch 2, and you want the full game to be on a cartridge, you have to buy a cartridge for $16 for each one of the games, versus putting it on PS5, which costs $1. Now, your margins are going to be like, could you still sell a game for $35? Yes, you could, because you're still making somewhat of a profit. But once you get the box out of the way, once you get the distribution costs, once you get the retailers cut out of it, there's no way you can sell a game for $35. So what that means is that if you want to put the full game on a cartridge, your Switch version is going to cost $50, when your PlayStation 5 version is going to cost $35 to make the same profit on both games. And in reality, since margins are calculated in percentages, it would theoretically be higher than that. Much, much higher than that. But let's just say we're going with flat numbers, 50 instead of 35. Now, I know there's a bunch of collectors out here in my audience and out on YouTube that are going to say, I don't care, I'd pay the extra $15. Okay? But the problem is that the general public, and when you saw the outcry of games costing $10 more and all that, the general public does not have that sentiment. They're not going to pay an extra $10 to have it on a real physical cartridge. Even though I agree, as a collector, I would. Okay? But there's a second thing here. And this is why I'm pointing out retailers. These are the Best Buys. These are the GameStops. And these are the Walmarts. Code in the boxes don't sell for them. So if you tell a developer like Shovel Knight, like for Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, buy a cartridge for $16, sell your game for $15 more and cut your sales. Or just sell your game digitally and everyone will have to buy it digitally. Most developers would then say, fuck physical, we're going to go digital only. Okay, this is what would really happen. It already was happening for Nintendo for a lot of games. There are games that were not getting physical Switch versions that were getting physical versions on other consoles. Okay? Or they would have to put up the price of games, but like I said, already people are bitching at the $10, which I'm not in support of. But I'm just saying, like, they know that the outcry will be there, so they don't want to do that either. Okay? So now what you're happening is that you have your developer that wants to sell their game, and you have your retailer that what happens if tomorrow morning Walmart has no physical games to sell? I don't know if you guys know, but the margins on consoles for stores like Walmart, GameStop, Best Buy are extremely low. Like they make almost no money on selling a console. Okay, like they actually make like like when I say no money is like on a $500 console, I've heard numbers of like as low as $10. Okay, so they sell a console for $500 and the store's making $10. Where they make their margins is on the games and on the accessories. Now, if you cut the games out of that, why would Walmart still have a Nintendo Switch section? Like if now you have no games to stock in your store, or you have 25 like 50% less games to stock in store, why are you making a Nintendo Switch section to sell a console that is not making you any profit, to maybe sell a controller or two? You get where I'm going with this? So Nintendo wants to make sure that retailers are still going to put up the biggest Switch 2 sections possible. So they need a way to give their publishing partners, so Yacht Club Games here, they need to give them an option where they want to make a physical copy. And apparently game key cards are very close to the same cost as CDs. They cost like maybe $1 or $2. And therefore, publishers are making their games physically available. And we might actually get more physical games on key cards for the Switch 2 on the indie side than we got on Switch 1. Where, you know, an indie game would come out months and months later because it would cost so much to produce it physically. That was because of the cost of the game cards. Because an indie developer that says, hey, I want to make 500,000 copies of Enter the Dungeon, well, they need to bankroll 500,000. Like, let's say Switch 1 cartridges were $5 or $10. That means they have to float $2.5 million for the cartridges, to put their game on them, to sell them, and then make profit. That's why indie companies can't publish physical games on their own, because they don't have the $2.5 million to float to print the 500,000 copies that they would want to try and sell. And I'm saying 500,000, but take any number you want. Say, hey, I just want to make 100,000 of my game. It's still going to be like, it's still floating $500,000. Okay, indie developers don't have that kind of cash. However, if you lower that barrier to entry to like 5 times less, you're going to have indie developers that are going to be able to float 100 grand, are going to be able to float 50 grand. Because apparently I think Nintendo doesn't make a physical copy unless you're ready to print at least 50,000. I might be talking out my ass here because I'm trying to remember the number, because I did find like someone had published it at one point, but it was like around 50,000. So if you're not going to make 50,000 copies of your game, Nintendo's not going to make your game physically. Like they're not gonna print the cartridges. But that's that. Okay? Like, so basically, the game key card is the best option that Nintendo currently had to consolidate the retailers who need physical games in the stores, the developers who want the lowest barrier to entry possible, was the game key card. Do you understand what I mean? It's like basically it's either you don't do a game key card and 25% of your games are going to be physical, 75% of your games, people are just going to sell them digital and cross their fingers that people are going to buy them because it's the only way. And that's where I'm getting to, Charles X. Don't worry, I'm getting there. It's been a long derailment, but I'm getting there. Now, what the issue is currently is apparently with Nintendo, the only available capacity of game card is 64 gigabytes. However, the one part of this, and I talked about this before, that I'm unaware of, that I'm unconvinced of, is this is the only option available to third parties. I'm wondering if Nintendo is keeping lower cartridges for themselves for their games, because this might be a production capacity issue where right now all of Nintendo's games fit on a 32 gigabyte cartridge or less, and they might not be able to produce enough cartridges under 32 gigabytes to respond to the demand of all the retailer, the publishers, the partner publishers that want one. So they've decided to only sell the 64 gigabyte cartridge for the moment. And how we're going to figure this out is by opening up Bonanza. Because Bonanza is the smallest Nintendo Switch game that they're currently publishing. And I can't believe that they're going to waste a 64 gigabyte cartridge on a game that's like 14 gigabytes. Obviously, if it's the only... Because Nintendo did promise that all first-party games will be fully on the cartridge. Okay, by the way, to close this story, Nintendo did promise that all first-party games will be on the cartridge. I'm just really interested to see if right now there are smaller cartridges that exist, but Nintendo just aren't making them available to third parties. And I think we're going to get that answer with Bonanza. Maybe with Mario Kart, because Mario Kart is under 32. Oh, yeah. How did Scrooge McDuck dive into a pile of coins without getting hurt? I know, because in real life, you would break your neck. Like, diving like that into a pile of coins, you're dead automatically. But anyway, that's a side note. But seriously, that is what's happening currently. So, personally, is this the best of both? Is this the best that could happen? No. But I'm glad that we're not only getting code in the boxes and digital versions of games. Because at least with game cards, you conserve ownership of the physical game, meaning that you can resell the game, you can trade the game, and you can lend the game to people. And to me, physical media was always... The two important concepts of it was, one, game preservation. Unfortunately, game key cards does not have that. But the other important part of it was ownership, because right now digital ownership is bullshit. Okay, the way that consumers are treated with digital ownership is complete bullshit. Until that's fixed, the only answer to that is physical media, and at least game key cards does respond to that for the moment. Yes, you can sell game key cards. Yeah, it is confirmed. A game key card, like if I have a game key card of, and sorry, I grabbed a different game, but Yoku's Island Express. I'm done playing with it. I can give this to you, Frenchie Mom. You pop it in your Switch, and you can download it as well. Now, I can't play the game anymore because without the game key card in my Switch, my version of Yoku's Island will not start up. You understand? Is that basically, just to put you guys in focus, if anyone has a PlayStation 5... with a physical version of any recent release, like Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 works the exact same way. There's nothing on this disc. However, so I have to install the full game on my system, but I can't start it up without a disc because mine is associated to the game key card that's on this disc. Like, they're not calling it a game key card, but... it's ultimately the same thing as a game key card. Most PlayStation 5 games are already like that. Yeah, but they don't want to sell the game for more expensive, Charles X. I agree with you. It's just that currently, if they wouldn't have done that, like basically you would have been looking at you would have probably looking at like a $90 game for Street Fighter 6. Because they would have said like, why would I pay a $16 cartridge? I'm not going to sell my game for the same price as I sell it on PS5 when that costs me $1 to produce. This one's costing me $16 to produce. So I'm going to sell it for $90. Yeah, servers could go down. You're right. That is the issue. That is the long-term issue. And that's why I said game preservation, it doesn't resolve that issue. However, if the game's already on your system, theoretically, it should still work. If the game's already on your system with the game keycard, it's supposed to still work, whether you're on the network or not, by the way. If you're playing Street Fighter 6 in offline mode and the servers are down or you don't have an internet connection, it's supposed to work anyway. So it's not perfect, but I think it's the best currently that we could have asked for to make everyone happy between developers, retailers, and because now retailers are going to have a version that's going to sell. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, we care about this, but a parent buying this for their 9-year-old that pops it into the Switch and at the first time has to download the game for 10 minutes is not going to care. And all they're going to care is that when the game's done with, they're going to be able to bring it to GameStop, get $30 back, and buy another game for their kid for $30 less. Do you understand what I mean? And that's where it's like better, but not perfect. Now, what I hope happens in the future is that lower value carts come out, 32, 16, 8 gigabyte carts. And that way, publishers are going to have like a lower cost solution to maybe eat the costs. Because if a cartridge could cost them like $4, I think some developers would like eat the cost, the extra $3, and say like, you know what? We're going to put our full game on the cartridge and we're going to make we're going to tell our customers that the full game is on there and we're going to be different than everyone else. Sort of like Cyberpunk is doing currently. Cyberpunk is like, our game is so good that we're selling it for the extra $10, but you're also getting the full thing on a cartridge. Do you understand? Because Cyberpunk is doing that. They're selling it for the extra $10, and they're saying you're getting the full thing on the cartridge. Thank you. And I, as a collector, I agree with that because I don't mind paying the extra $10 to know the full game is there. I'm just telling you, most developers are not going to go down that road because Sonic X from Sega has too much of a general audience public. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference? Is that CD Projekt Red knows that most people buying their games are hardcore gamers. They're not 9-year-olds asking for a birthday gift from their parents. But Sonic X Shadow, you have both. You have to resolve both publics. You have the public that are hardcore gamers, and you have the public that are just like the general audience that aren't going to accept to pay the extra $10 to have the game on a cartridge. And that's how you have. That's why you have companies making the decision of both, like either one. Look at the. I wish your parents still bought you games. Yeah, me too. Me too. But that is that. Okay. Now with all this out of the way, we have one last thing to look at. It is the Switch 2 final specs. Like, we can keep talking about the game keycards if you want. If you guys have other questions, I'll answer them in the thing. But I think I said what I had to say. As a collector, like I said, I'm disappointed. but I get why it's happening because I'm a pragmatist and I understand like the business decisions behind it. And if I had a company, I have to make the financially logical choice for my company. Just like Walmart is saying, hey, we're going to have to raise our prices because we're not going to eat the tariffs and make less money. You know, it's easy for them to say, hey, they made so much money, just make less money this year. But as a company, you have shareholders to answer to, and your shareholders are going to say, fuck no. The heck you talking about? I ain't going to give you my lunch money to be nice. You know what I mean? It is not going to happen. Like it's so funny where when like people are like, oh yeah, they make so much money, just don't make any more money. Yeah, they're not gonna sell half their like they're not gonna sell like 30% of their shit at a loss. Same thing for gaming companies. I get wanting to be nice to your customers and give them what they want, but if your customers aren't willing to pay the premium to get that, they can't do it. But yeah, okay. Now, we're not going to go over this whole article here, okay? We're going to go directly to the table to look at the actual differences because basically, this is from a Digital Foundry. They put out the actual technical specs, and when I'm saying technical specs, I'm talking like deep technical specs, okay? So for like the geeks out there that like know what all this shit is about, like this is what we were waiting for. And I told you guys I was waiting for like the RAM to see like the actual like architecture behind the GPU and all that. So this is what I was really looking forward to understand the performance of the Switch 2. Now, this doesn't say everything because all this coming together is going to give us, you know, whatnot. But you can seriously see that we're dealing with a totally different beast here than the Switch 1. So first, we have Switch 2 here on the left. We have Switch 2 1 here on the right. Now, you have an 8 times ARM Cortex A78C versus 4 times an ARM Cortex A57. So basically, you have an ARM Cortex that is 2 generations younger, and on top of it, you have 2 times the processing power, just directly in the fact that you have more ARM Cortex cores. Okay? Now, not as simple as that, though. Number 2. Clocks, pretty similar, okay? But just to let you know, clocks itself is only comparable when you're comparing 2 of the identical CPUs. What that means is that if you have a 16-core CPU running at 1 gigahertz versus a 4-core CPU running at 1.5 gigahertz, your 16-core CPU is still way better than your 4-core CPU. Basically, what that means is that this one has twice the cores, but it's still running each core independently is running as fast as each Nintendo Switch 1 core, on top of it with a more efficient processor. So, most likely, when we're looking at processing power, okay, we're going to be looking at double to triple at least the actual processing power of the CPU itself. Now, here comes to the interesting part. Basically, out of the 8 cores that you have, 6 are available to developers. And you're like, why? What's happening with the other 2? It's that the first 2 cores are dedicated to running the system itself. When you start up a computer, before you start up a game, before you start up a web browser like Chrome or anything, just the fact that Windows has to load and run on your computer is already eating resources. So basically what the Switch does is that it says I have 8 cores, but you can't touch the first 2 because the first 2 are only for running the Switch itself. to make sure that the switch can turn on, off, and all of that. Now, it's a huge difference because on the Switch 1, you only had 3 cores available to developers with 1 core dedicated to running the Switch. Now, this is probably why we never had the ability to customize like our loading screen on the Switch. The ability to have a custom theme on your Switch. Because all of this would have probably ate a lot of CPU resources. And what we're going to see from this is the Switch 1 had very low resources to run its operating system with. Which also probably means that Nintendo, the fact that they never gave us the ability to group games together and make custom, like, all these kinds of different, like, options that people wanted from the menu had probably nothing to do with the fact that Nintendo wasn't listening to people. It had to probably do with the fact that the processing power that the Switch had dedicated to the Switch itself was insufficient to be able to run these things. Okay. Number 2, GPU architecture, Maxwell versus Ampere. These are just generations of architecture. What that means is that basically the way the chip is designed itself, Maxwell is a very old architecture. Like, it is, I feel like saying like 4 series, and Ampere, if I remember well, is 5 or 6 series. I think they say it here. Yeah, it's like a GTX 900 versus a RTX 30. Yeah, so it's like 4 or 5 generations apart. So basically what that means is that the base architecture of the GPU is extremely more modern this time. And this is where it's insane. This is the graphical processing power. CUDA cores is the number of cores that you have dedicated to graphical processing. 1,536 compared to 256. So visually, the Switch 2, just on numbers, is 7 times more powerful, without considering that on top of it, it's on a more efficient architecture. It's going to be day and night, like, for the graphical processing power on the Switch 2. GPU clocks, it's clocked higher on the new one. Amazing. The RAM, now I'm going to go fast through this because if I have non-technical people in the audience, they're going to be falling asleep now. 128-bit LPDDR5 versus 64GB LDDR4. The RAM is so much more efficient. It's a generation higher, and on top of it, it has the 128-bit to 64-bit. It has more, like, per channel of RAM, you have way more processing power. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible because I don't want to spend hours about this. Memory bandwidth, we're not even going to get into, but it's like 4 times higher on the new Switch. Okay, so more information can, like, 4 times the information can travel at the same time, on top of it having more of it. And this is where it's really crazy, though. The system memory reservations. So out of the 12 gigabytes, because it is confirmed to be 12 gigabytes, 3 is dedicated to the system itself. So only 9 can be used during the games because, once again, you need 3 to run the Switch itself. Which is now why we can get things like game chat, and maybe now we'll have customizable, like, wallpapers and shit like that on the Switch. It's crazy because the Switch 1 only had 4 gigabytes with 0.8 for the operating system. I don't know if you guys know, but this is like garbage for modern computing. 0.8 gigabytes cannot, like, a Chrome browser page uses more than this on average. Like, 1 page of Chrome uses more than this. But anyway, overall, What this is pointing to is that the new Switch is a lot more powerful, but at the same time, the system itself is a lot more hungry to run the system itself. So people are worried that overall, a lot of people, a lot of resources might be eaten up by the Switch itself. And this is why I would have rather seen this at 16 gigabytes with 3 reserved to the developers. We would have put, like, Nintendo would have put itself in a position to be way more future-proofed. But I can't complain too much because we are still getting a way more powerful Switch 2. More powerful than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be honest, this is surpassing what I thought it was going to be. Now, the biggest issue in all this, and I'm going to be running tests day one on the Switch, is the battery life. Okay? I'm going to run the same game on a Switch 2 and a Switch and see how long it takes for the game to die. The one thing that all of this is hiding, though, and that no one is talking about right now, and I've talked about a couple of times, I think this Switch 2 is going to be very power hungry in handheld mode. I think the Switch 2 is going to be extremely power hungry, and I'm scared that we're going to get half the battery life we got from the original Switch or less. Like, I'm going to run something like Breath of the Wild. Actually, I need a game that's not upgraded on Switch 2. I'm going to have to find a game that is still pretty demanding on the Switch, but that doesn't have an upgrade for Switch 2. Because that would just be unfair since the Switch 2 is running like a higher version of the game. But I'm going to get that done. I'm going to do some comparisons. I really want to test that out. Yeah, but the problem is that the Switch 2 is only going to run the Switch 2 version, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can't force the Switch 2 to run the Switch 1 version. Like, I want the exact same game running in the exact same way on both systems. So, actually, I'm going to grab something like Pikmin 3 Deluxe and play it on both. But Pikmin 3 Deluxe is maybe not demanding enough. I'm going to look through my library of games of what I think is demanding. Like, what games, like, were pushing my Switch pretty hard. Maybe something like Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption was pushing the Switch pretty much to its limits. And there's no upgrade for the moment. Or maybe the Batman series. Batman Arkham series. We shall see, NDJ. It has so much more horsepower that it actually is probably going to run them better, in my opinion. You might be right, though, but it has so much more horsepower that it could make up for the inefficiency of emulation, in my opinion. Yeah, Witcher, maybe. Witcher could be a good idea, too. Oakley dokely. We're done with our stories for tonight, guys. However, just as usual, the icing on the cake at the end of the evening. People know what's coming up next, right? We're going to be looking at the new Switch games for this week. Because yes, we have a ton of new Switch games coming to the Switch. Let me just get things set up properly. I need my cheat sheet somewhere. There we go. Put that there. Grab that. Boom. No, I don't want to split the screen. Oof, there you are. Driving me nuts. I guess we'll do it like this. Because I don't know why it's not letting me add. Oh yeah, now it is. Okay, never mind. We're good. Okay. Now, give me a few seconds. I'm just going to go take a bathroom break, and then we're going to get started on this. Okay, we're back. Whew. Okie dokie. Now, before we get started, I'm going to say there's actually a pretty. I really like the lineup of games this week. There is two games that I'm very excited about trying, that I really want to try. And there's like two games that I didn't know about till I like started looking at the games for this week that have me extremely, extremely intrigued. And that are maybe cheap enough that even if I don't get a review code, I might buy them nonetheless. Because if you guys don't know, normally before I used to buy a lot of the games to try them out. But obviously with the Switch 2 coming up, I've been sort of keeping the channel budget for Switch 2 stuff. Because to start things out, it's going to be very expensive because I don't think the developers are going to giving a lot of review codes at the beginning for the Switch 2. At least not to a channel of my size. Because like Capcom, I'm still not on their radar. Sega, still not on their radar. You know what I mean? Like I'm just a little. I'm getting there. Sega actually gave me a few codes, so I did, but I don't get their biggest releases. So that's where it's at. So I know it's going to be expensive at the beginning. Like, I have to buy Cyberpunk. I have to buy Street Fighter. I have to buy a Pro controller and whatnot. So I've been keeping the channel budget towards that stuff for the moment. And then after a month or two, when probably things start like calming back down and we start getting indie games on the Switch 2 and blah, 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 I'll be able to get back into the flow of buying more of the indie games that I don't necessarily get codes for. But I've got to say, I'm not complaining because every week so far I've gotten 2 or 3 codes. It's just sometimes I don't necessarily get the game I want the most. An extra AC power cord? Why? Oh, since the battery life is low, I already have an extension, but I'm good because, like, whether you want to or not, on the channel, I play like when I'm playing for the channel, I play a lot in dock mode, for like the footage. Like footage is never a problem. It's when at night the games I actually don't play for the channel, I play all in handheld. Or once I'm done playing for the footage side, I play the games in handheld to finish them up. But yeah. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you mean though. I get what you mean. I'm wondering. I know they said the old AC cord won't be compatible. I think the Switch One AC cord. I don't know. Okay, one way or the other, it's time to jump into the new Switch games for this week. So for anyone that's first time here on the channel, I do a little fake intro, a little fake outro for this section of the stream, just because this becomes a video tomorrow morning. Okay, for people who weren't here at the stream. So do not get thrown off by that. It is simply because, like I said, I need to make things flow a little better to make it easier for editing it together as a video, which actually I try to do as little editing as possible if I can. So let's jump into it. Hey everyone, and give me a sec. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9. That's it. I want to make sure I had the right number. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So it's time to look at the new Nintendo Switch Switch Banes. Yeah, the new Switch Banes, guys. You gotta love those Switch Banes. It's crazy. As soon as I say that I'm gonna record, I always talk like less clearly than when I'm just talking to you guys like randomly. Haha, Frenchie Mom, I got you because I stopped. But thanks for the $2. Well, me, it's like it's just an accessibility thing. It's like if I'm upstairs with the family, it's, you know, like I'm on the couch with the Switch and I can't take over the TV. You know what I mean? Hey everyone, and welcome back. So today we're gonna. Oh my God, why am I like effing up? Sorry guys, that was just like I'm brain farting left and right. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So now it's time to take a look at the new Nintendo Switch games for this week. And I have 9 games lined up for you, releasing between now and Sunday of this week, that are actually, I would say, very interesting games coming to the Switch so late in its life cycle. So let's jump into the games, and don't forget, if you are liking the content, to hit that like button. There we go. There we go. Okay, tabletop. Yeah, I actually really like tabletop if I have the option to. Especially, it depends what game I'm playing. Like, if I'm playing a game that, like, forget, like a fighting game, I will never, ever play in handheld. I have to have a controller, and I have to be playing in tabletop. Yeah, we talked about VRR. We talked about VRR, my man. You fell asleep at one point? I'm that boring? Crazy, man. Crazy. But yeah, we did talk about VRR. Okay, so let's jump into it. So our first game for this week is going to be Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, that is releasing on May 21st and will have a sales price of $59.99 for the regular version and $69.99 for the deluxe version. Now, this is a basically action RPG slash life sim game. A lot of people are looking towards the release of this game in a very positive fashion, and I've got to say I am as well. But what has me most intrigued is the company has already announced that there will be a Nintendo Switch 2 version of the game as well. And apparently, this I have not been able to confirm 100%, but there will be an upgrade available for people who buy the Switch 1 version and later on upgrade to a Switch 2. which has me very interested, and I'm really hoping that a lot more third-party developers start doing this kind of thing, where rather than re-releasing their games, offer upgrade packs to people who already bought them on the Nintendo Switch 1. So let's jump into the trailer and take a look at why this game has me interested for this week. It has a really cutesy art style. It almost reminds me of like of Animal Crossing in its visual like art style. However, like it seems to have a much bigger action focus. Combat life, gathering life, farming life, crafting life. I love this. Honestly, like I haven't been excited for a life sim game for a while, but this one has me intrigued. So that is basically Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time. Look, it is what it is. Either you're into this kind of game, you're open to the idea of a cozy / action game, but I'm going to try this one out. I really do want to try this one out. Now, it is a full-priced release at $59.99. I am going to, however, try to confirm if a Nintendo Switch 2 version is going to be releasing. If it is a separate version and I cannot upgrade the Nintendo Switch 1 version, I'm just going to wait till the Nintendo Switch 2 comes out. And either way, I'm not sure I'm going to be trying it this week, so I might wait either way. But nonetheless, I do think this is an extremely interesting game for this week. If you're into this kind of gaming, I think this is going to be one of the better releases till we get those big first-party games like Animal Crossing. But like I said, this isn't offering the exact same thing. It has a much more action twist to it. So that is our first game for today. Let's move on to our second one, which is another game that I really would like to try for this week, and that is Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered, that is also releasing on May 21st and is going to be selling for $39.99. Now, this game has been released before in other regions. However, it is the first time it's going to be released in its full version. Sorry about that. In its full version for North America, and really finally being fully translated for us. And I've got to say, I am a pretty big fan of the Gundam franchise. And I did like Gundam Breaker 4, but I think this one's going to be more mission-based, and this is more a game that I'm going to want to play through as a full playthrough that really will have me motivated to push through the storyline. So ultimately, if you're a Gundam fan, on top of it, the fact that they're releasing it for $39.99 and not at full price has me really hoping that this is going to be a pretty good pickup for this week. Let's take a look at the trailer and you'll see exactly what this game has to offer. It's looking pretty snazzy, I've got to say. Apparently, there's hundreds of different Gundams available. A lot of customization options. Yeah, Gundam Seed is one of the most popular Gundam series as well, so it has a huge audience. So a lot of people have been asking this one to have a Western release for a long time. I know that this is one of the games that was top of the list requested. There we have it. Gundam Seed, Battle Destiny, Remastered. Honestly, it has me hyped. If you're a fan of Gundam, I mean, the gameplay looks fantastic. The series it's based on is an extremely popular and a really good one on top of it. If you haven't watched Gundam, I would say Gundam Seed is one of the excellent places to start in the Gundam universe. Ultimately, this game has a lot of positive vibes for me for this week. Once again, I'm hoping to get a review code for this one. Fingers crossed, we might be able to play it this week, but it'll be very dependent on that. If not, I'll be picking it up at a later date during an eShop sale here or there. So we have Gundam Seed, our second game for this week. Now let's move into our third one. Now this game has me worried, the third one. The third game for this week is going to be Trident's Tale, releasing on May 22nd for a price of $24.99. Now, I've got to say, this is a 3D action adventure game. Seems to be more of a hack and slash genre of game. And I've got to say, if just the trailer is an example of the gameplay, the frame rate already looks choppy in the trailer. So I'm worried about this game. And I've decided to put it in the list of games for this week. Half because the concept of the game is interesting, but I wanted to put it there as a warning as well, to maybe not jump into this game blindly, because just by the frame rate that we can see in the trailer, I'm worried about how this game will run. And if there's one game for this week that I would say definitely wait for a review on, or wait to see like someone come up with at least a performance review of the game, it's this game, Trident's Tale. $24.99, if this game would be running top notch, would actually make perfect sense, and I would say would be a decent offering. However, let's take a look at the trailer and you can tell me if you see the same thing that I see. Like, I don't know about you, but those frame rates already here and like don't look very good. And these are hand-picked scenes for the trailer. So that means this is probably the best the game has to offer. Dude, did you see that? I just want to replay something here really quick. Like you'll see the skeleton hits your character, and it's like there's no hitbox. Look, the character goes right through you. There's like no collision detection. Look, boom, the character went right through you. I'm being really, really bad with this game, but you know what? I can't believe you put that in the trailer. I'm just gonna say it like that. I can't believe you put that scene in the trailer. And it's too bad because the concept itself looks amazing. And what really has me also sort of like weirded out, if we could say, is that this is an art style that should work very well on the Switch, because it has that cartoony art style that Nintendo goes for to really work with the Switch. And even with that art style, it seems to be having very dodgy performance. And on top of it, this is a multi-console or multi-platform trailer, meaning that this footage was not necessarily exclusively from the Switch or even at all from the Switch. So I'm really wondering how this game is going to come out. And it's too bad because the concept of the game itself looks amazing. Like, this art style for a pirate game done well would be absolutely fantastic. I'm just really worried about the performance. But that's it. Trident's Tale, releasing on May 22nd, $24.99. Wait for a performance review. If it turns out to be good, maybe we've got something on our hands. But if not, this is maybe more of a cautionary tale for this one for this week. Okay, let's jump into our next game. Because the next one is more of a positive vibe than the last one. Next, we're going to be looking at PowerSync. Now, PowerSync is also releasing on May 22nd for $14.99. Now, this is a 3D puzzle platformer, and this one is right up my alley. I love puzzle platformers, and this one really has a awesome artistic look to it. I love the fact that it's designed around puzzle gameplay, so it's not about combat, it's not about action. There is some action because you're dodging traps and things like that, but ultimately it's more geared towards puzzle solving. And as you know, if you've watched the channel, I'm a huge fan of puzzles. So let's take a look at the trailer. You'll see what I'm seeing, and on top of it, $14.99, really nice price point for a game with this visual quality in this genre. Only thing I can hope for is that the game is long enough to merit the price, because if you can knock it out in 2 or 3 hours, I'll be slightly disappointed, however. Now you see this, the platforming looks a little bit floaty, but number one, it fits because you're underwater. So you want it to be floaty, and number two is it's a puzzle platformer. So it's okay for the controls to be a little floaty or reaction based. And like I said, either way, it's underwater. If it was too crisp, it wouldn't make sense. I love though the visuals here. Art wise, number one. This reminds me, I'm trying to remember the name, but this reminds me a lot of another puzzle platformer I played. But you were in space visiting different planets. I played it on stream. I played it about, I would say, like 1.5 years ago to 2 years ago. It seems like an upgraded version of that game and set underwater with even higher quality visuals. PowerSync has me very, very excited for this week. This one as well, I asked for a review code. Hopefully it'll come through. We shall see. This is another game that potentially we'll be playing on the channel for this week. But I think if you're a puzzle platformer fan, for $15, and if you want to drop money on a game for this week, this one should be very high on your checklist. Next, we have yet again, and look, I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like a broken record this week, but yet again, a game that I'm very excited for. And this one I might actually drop the cash on, even if I don't get a review code. And that is Duck Detective, The Ghost of Glamping, that is releasing on May 22nd. And this one is selling for an amazingly low price of $9.99. Now, this is the follow-up to a game that I did not know on the Nintendo Switch. Now, I might actually be picking up the first Duck Detective game as well, because I had no idea, but I did check the critical reception, and the first game is extremely well received. Now, it's more a narrative-driven game, but it's a narrative-driven detective game. Look, I don't know how I missed the first game, but look, I missed it. It happens sometimes. Basically, the aesthetics look like Paper Mario, but it's not an RPG. It's a narrative-driven, puzzle-solving detective game. How did I miss this? I have no freaking idea. But the important thing is I didn't miss the second one, and now I'm probably going to work back to the first one as well. And we can only hope that this second one is going to deliver as good of an experience as the first one did. If it does, we have a great game on our hands if you're a fan of narrative-driven experiences. So let's take a look at the trailer, and you'll see just what I'm talking about here.
I've always been drawn to mystery and misery, like a duck to water.
Like I said, you know, not exactly, but it does definitely give a Paper Mario vibe to the gameplay.
When you're famous like me, it's difficult getting some peace and quiet.
It was a ghost! Don't let it kidnap you and lock you in the ruins forever.
How dare they vandalize my tent?
The only thing I'm haunted by is my past. And I intend to keep it that way.
I feel this is Howard the Duck if he became a detective rather than a loudmouth, like, gangster type character. But honestly, a Duck Detective, the Ghost of Glamping, I think it's going to be top of the line for a narrative adventure for this week. And at only $10, oh my God. Especially after the first one received such great critical reception. I'm actually impressed that the developer didn't try to go for a higher price for the second one. Now, maybe the game is short. I don't know about that part of it, but at least just based on the fact that the first one seems to be such a great game. Yeah, The Secret Salami is the first one. I think that this one could be a stellar pickup for this week. Narrative fans out there, definitely check this one out. Okay, moving on to our next game. Now, our next game, once again, I knew nothing about, but it is probably one of the best idle games ever to hit the system, and that is Cookie Clicker. That is hitting the Switch on May 22nd as well, and it's going to be selling for only $4.99. Now, this is a game that started its life on as a web browser game. I think after that, it even went to mobile, and now it's finally hitting consoles. Apparently, it's an idle game, so, it's like one of those games where the point is just to do, like, these repetitive activities, but it becomes extremely addictive, and you sort of have to log in all the time to sort of drop, like, your daily activities or whatnot. But apparently, it's the best one out there. And there should really be no microtransactions in the Switch version, so I really can't be against a game like this, and for the right type of player, this could be a very addictive and satisfying experience, and at only $4.99, I just wish I knew more about the gameplay itself, because I didn't go as far as to watch gameplay footage or whatnot, but I just heard that it's one of the best idle games out there, coming out for this week on May 22nd. Let's take a look at the trailer. However, I've got to be honest, we don't see much in the trailer for the gameplay side. But the point is just to make as many cookies as possible, apparently, and to basically invest that into getting more people to help you make more cookies in the game. So I don't know if all you do is just press the A button, but that seems to be where they're going with the trailer. But no, there's upgrades, there's different paths you can take for the upgrades and whatnot. But I think if you're like the kind of person that likes idle games, games that sort of take very little brain power, it's just about doing repetitive actions over and over again, and that gives you a certain element of satisfaction. Apparently you can't go wrong with this one for this week, and at $5 it's a very low investment. So probably going to be one of the top games on your list if you're a fan of these kind of games. Okay, now we're getting into probably one of the bigger releases for this week as well. And this one is hitting us on May 23rd. And that is Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny. That was announced not too long ago, coming to the Switch and different consoles as well. Now, there are a ton of trailers out there. I chose the one that gave us the best mix of like a little bit of storyline, a lot of gameplay. But you can actually go and look online. There are a ton of trailers available. Character-based trailers, like introducing the different characters and whatnot. But ultimately, if you're looking for an action hack and slash game, Onimusha 2 is a very good old school game in that genre. I'm just gonna specify it's old school gameplay in the sense like PS2 era gameplay. But if you enjoy that type of game, this one's going to be an extremely good pickup for this week. And I really have no doubt that performance-wise, it should hold up on the Switch. Because since it's originally, if I'm not mistaken, a PS2 version, a PS2 game, it shouldn't have much of a issue running on the Switch. Let's take a look, and you'll see what this game has to offer. So, warning, blood, violence, and gore. And we're about to get a new Onimusha game too, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like a great time to like sort of dive back into the series. And I'm really hoping the new game comes to the Switch too. Easy mode available from the start. So if you're the type of person that just wants to enjoy the game without having to worry too much, you don't have to die, because I think in the original world you had to die a bunch of times to have the easy game unlocked. Now, I do want to get into the outfit thing. Apparently, there's a little bit of a kerfuffle online, if you could say, or complaints online, because apparently a lot of the outfits have been censored, however, to show less skin, especially on the female characters. A lot of people are unhappy with that. I'm totally against censorship, but should it stop you from enjoying a classic game? I wouldn't go that far. I just think that the company should come to a realization that they don't really need to do that. Especially that these games will most likely be classed for, like, you know, teen or up. So showing a little bit of a cleavage on a female costume or whatnot should not be an issue overall. You know, I agree in games that are like, you know, like E for everyone or whatnot. But for a game that's like teen or above, for a little bit of cleavage and stuff, like, come on, let's get real, guys. We don't need to censor stuff like that. But I just wanted to mention that I'm aware of the controversies online. However, I still think that overall at $30, I'm also impressed that Capcom's going with a more budget price point for this release. At $30, I still think that this is going to be a fun release for this week. So if you're a fan of old school action gameplay, or even just action gameplay in general, you're looking for a fun game to drop a few hours into, Onimusha 2 can be a great pickup for this week. And like I said, $30 feels like a fair price point, especially for a remake of the game, because this, you can see that they did do some work on it. Okay. Now we are down to our last two games for this week. Our before last game is going to be another sequel coming to us for this week. And that is going to be Please Touch the Artwork 2, that is releasing on May 23rd. And once again, it has an extremely low release price of $4.99 with a pre-release discount of 10% off, dropping it to $4.49. Now, Please Touch the Artwork is another puzzle game. However, it is a puzzle game that also has a narrative message generally to communicate. At least the first game did have a story and a narrative message to communicate through the artwork. And yes, you have to actually basically solve puzzles by touching and manipulating the different artworks in the game. And often these are based on true life art, like art pieces that you're manipulating to solve the puzzles. Now, the first game was actually a great game. Please Touch the Artwork 1 was absolutely fantastic. So I do have high hopes for Please Touch the Artwork 2. And once again, at a budget price point of $4.99, if you're a puzzle fan, this is another great game to maybe pick up for this week. Let's take a look at the trailer and you'll see the funky art style that the game has. So like I said, there's like, it's really visual puzzles. The puzzles are generally, I would say, not too hard to resolve once you get the basic flow of the game down. So it's finding objects that are hidden throughout the artwork. It sounds simple, but it's actually... it gets more deep than that. I would say maybe the only downside to this game is there's very little replayability once you've played through it, and generally the game, if it's like the first one, the game itself isn't that long, but at the budget price point it's being sold for, it's definitely worth the one-time experience. I compare it to something like, you know, Limbo, where, you know, your second playthrough of Limbo is definitely not is not going to be the same experience as your first playthrough, but it's still worth that one time where the game is fantastic and really gives you a completely original vibe. So please touch the artwork too. Releasing May 23rd, $4.99. If you're looking for a budget game to pick up for this week and you're a fan of puzzles, this is going to be most likely a no-brainer. Like, could they miss the mark here with the second one? It's always possible. I just don't see how it can happen because the first one was such a fantastic little game to pick up. Now we're at our last game for this week. And what is the new Switch games on this channel without a retro pixel art game? I don't know if you guys noticed, we really didn't get another retro pixel art game for this week. I had to find at least one that looked interesting, and I wasn't disappointed. Geno Panic, releasing on May 25th for $9.99. Budget price point, yet again. Look, $10 and under for a full price release to me is budget. Looks extremely interesting. Now, this is a 2D action platformer. Very slight Metroidvania elements, apparently. Now, I haven't played the game, but from the descriptions that I've read about the game, basically seems to have very light Metroidvania elements. However, it really tries to deliver more of a linear experience. Like some slight backtracking here and there, but you never really go back to like far zones or whatnot. But the art style looks super interesting. The gameplay looks fun. And ultimately, at a budget price point, if this one delivers a good controls, it's going to be probably a fantastic retro style pickup for this week. Let's take a look at the trailer, and you can see what had me so pumped. Like, the character does look low res, but low res in an interesting way. And I love that the environments seem to have a little bit more details to make things like stand out. And there we go, Geno Panic. Releasing May 25th, $9.99. I think this is going to be a really interesting game for this week. Yeah, this is a Rick game. This is a me game. Like, this is the kind of game I love to drop a few hours into, knock it out, and, you know, remember and reminisce on a great little experience. So there we have it, the new Nintendo Switch games for this week. I've got to say, a lot of interesting games for this week. Let me know in the comments down below which was your favorite game that we covered here on today's video. And at the same time, if you think I missed out on a game that I should have highlighted, let me know in the comments down below as well. And don't forget, on the way out, to hit that like button, subscribe if you aren't already, and click on the notification bell so you know when all my future content comes out. And as usual, I hope I'll see you in my next video. There we go, guys. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally a Rick game, eh? Like, when I was making the list, I'm like, dude, I don't have a pixel art game yet. What is this? How can we have a whole week of games with no pixel art games? Like, it's impossible. But if you think about it, no other game this week was a pixel art based game. None. None. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you guys remember that I never got my copy of Astronite that I ordered from VGP. Now, I didn't get it from VGP, but I did manage to, in a GameStop, find finally a physical copy of Astronite. Now, I haven't played this game at all yet, so I'm super excited to play it. It's a 1-bit game where it's all in black and white, and it's supposed to be a little Metroidvania. So I'm super excited to play this game. I just need to finish Core Keeper first, or at least finish like the main storyline of Core Keeper. I'm not going to go completionist on it right away, but I definitely have to at least finish the main storyline. I can maybe show you guys a bit of Core Keeper before we go, of like where I'm at right now, how I have things set up, and now how I'm like, now that I have the gist of the game down. Actually, let's do that. As we chat and wind things down for the night, let's jump into a bit of Core Keeper. I've been wanting to play it all night either way. Let's go. Let's go. Connect. Boom. I'm going to pump the volume just a bit. There we go. And hold on, I need to get things... Where the hell's my mouse? There it is. So yeah, honestly, it was a fun show. Honestly, I'm glad we skipped last week because, like, a lot of the subjects this week were the same as the stuff that was happening last week. It's just that we got stuff confirmed. So if I would have talked about it last week, we would have just been repeating the exact same shit. Just like now having the actual right answers. So first, let me just introduce you to like... Now, okay, aesthetically, I have nothing set up like aesthetically, okay? So I am 100% doing this functional. Okay, so let's just be clear. I'm going functional for my build. Eventually, I might make things like aesthetically pleasing, but for the moment, it's functional. So this is my crafting section. So I've got all the crafting stuff here. Now, I'm not very efficient because if I would connect the chests to the crafting stuff or get them closer, I could craft everything without going through the chests. I do know that. But I've been too lazy to get all the shit out of the chests and start moving it around. Okay? Number 2, I now have this garden section. So I now grow all my vegetables and my shit here that I can continually make food. So I never run out of food because I basically have a never-ending garden here. And I now have sufficient upgrade points where I pretty much always make enough seeds to plant all the plants again. So like if you see like I have only one empty row here, like this is the worst I get every time. And you see they pop up like this. Number 2, I recommend really gardening like this because if you need money to buy the vendors, so I did figure out the vendors, how to get them into your base. You have to make a little closed off room like this with their special item in it. Now, the item sort of tells you, but it says it has to be in a habitable room. A habitable room, the game never tells you what the exact definition of that is. The definition of that is a room with a door and a bed. And the room has to not be too big. I don't know how big how big is too big, but this isn't too big. Okay? And I have another vendor down here. I have a second room here because when you beat the second boss, you get another item to have another vendor come here. And this guy sells... oh yeah, he sells Hive Mother, summoning idols. So you can actually resummon the bosses a second time. So if you beat the bosses and you want to beat them again, you can actually resummon them. Now, I don't know if they get harder the second time around. Maybe they do. But it is what it is. Well, I don't know. Maybe at one point we'll try summoning them again. Ooh, a Shrew-Man figure, whatever that is. So yeah, that. Oh, and I have a little cattle area, but I only have one cattle so far. So you come here, you have a cattle, and the problem is the first time I met cattle, I didn't know they were cattle, and I killed them all. So unfortunately, cattle don't respawn. So if you kill all the cattle, you have no cattle. So I only have like one of these like little weird bug thingies, and I haven't met up on any cattle since then. I changed my pet. I have three available pets now. Now this pet is ranged attack damage, but he's level 1 because I just got him. He's a lot weaker than the dog I was using before, which was my first dog. But the problem was the first dog is melee based, and this guy's range based. And honestly, so far, every boss fight has turned into ranged fights. Like, there's really no way to get close up on the bosses. So it's really weird. Like, I feel like taking the time to re-level this dude is going to be worth it, if you get what I mean. Okay, Topaz, you're being a pain in the butt now. Relax. Relax. Like, you're being a total pain. Oh, and yeah, what I was saying is basically what I didn't realize when I played the game the other day is that when you beat the bosses, the items go up in the middle there. Like, I'm trying to get the pointer, but they go here. I was trying to put them in the squares here, but it's actually, it goes up here in the middle. And then this unlocks, like, items that you can make here. Now, Topaz, I can't see the screen again. Can you stop, girl? And I don't know why I have a slime here, but he's gonna die. Okay. So basically, yeah, that's it. So I was so dumb the other day because I actually beat the first boss and I didn't put his item there. And basically, when you put the item here, it actually gives you a scanner to find the next two bosses. Now, you see, like, I beat the second boss, which was here, which was a big worm type creature. Oh, I can actually show you when I beat him, because I actually took a video capture. No, this is not it. This must be it. So, like, you have to basically dodge him. So basically, you just have to basically like you're like a bullfighter. Oh, and there I killed him. Bam. The hardest part about this guy is that when you fight him, originally he's like running around the screen and he never stops. And you actually have to lay traps to like stop him. You have to find a way to stop him. And the way I found is that I made like 25 traps. And you lay them all out on the path he's going to take, because he always takes the same path. You lay the traps, and if you damage him enough, he stops. It took me 3 times. The 2 first times I didn't lay enough traps, he just ran through them, and he kept going. 3rd time, I finally stopped him. Now let's collect our bounty here. We're going to collect our flowers. Oh. What the hell? Give me a sec. Why is my hoe not working properly? Oh, that's it. I want the big one. Okay. My bad. There we go. So I also have, you know, better like tools than last time. Last time I had wooden everything. Now I'm using like tin or iron, which is like 2 or 3 levels higher. And like it's pretty crazy because this dude here, like I said, not only is the food good for making food, like if you sell this shit to him, it gives like a lot of money comparatively to everything else. The peppers, like the spicy peppers, this guy gives you a shit ton of money for them. Like 216 is a lot. So I'm just going to sell him the spicy peppers, and I'm going to grab another curious egg. I want to see if it's the same animal that hatches every time. Because this is what hatched the dog I'm using right now. And now I want to buy another one and see if it's the same thing. So we're going to put this in the incubator. We're going to come back later, and my egg's going to be hatched. Now let's plant our seeds. Whoops. I wish there was an auto seed planter. There's probably some way to do an auto seed planter, but honestly, I can't be bothered to figure it out. See, I think I have more seeds now than my full garden here. If not, I'm very close to having more than the full garden. And I brought the river all the way down here so I could fill up like my pail of water like directly. Gonna wet everything like this, get everything wet, and there, my garden's done. So my gardening's done. Now I can leave and we can go like try and find a boss and shit. Okay, so basically we have to travel north, like super north. So what we're gonna actually do is we're actually gonna do exactly that. I haven't explored much this section here. So we're actually going to go straight north from like from this place. And now I freaking travel fast. Like when we break rocks and shit, like it's super quick. Like sometimes it's faster to go through the rock now than to like try and walk around it. Come on, kill it. I'm waiting for my dog to kill it so that he can get XP. Can you kill it, bro? There we go. This guy I'm gonna have to kill myself because he's too weak right now. Let's actually see what this is. Is this tin or... No, it's copper. I'm still gonna grab the copper, but... Like, I'm starting to not need copper as much as before at all. So, like, it's not worth going too far out of my way to grab copper. Like, right now, what I really need is tin. Tin is top of the request line. Oh, and these are explosives. Tin is top of the request line, and secondly is iron, because I actually have I'll have to show you guys, but I found like these like nodes, and you set up a drill, and if you go back like every like half hour, the drill drills like 10 nodes out for you. Oh, a chest. Oh, we have some runes here. Topaz, like, I love you too, but you're really, really making things hard. Oh, now we're getting into, like, now we might have better stuff here. Because we're getting into rock. So now this is iron. We're just going to grab a bunch of this crap. Yeah, Topaz is being like... Oh, a new mining point. Hold on, guys. So we have a lot of... We have a lot of abilities that are, like, leveling up. This is definitely what I want. Oh, there's a Korok seed there, or something rock seed there. Now, I do think I have to get some of these rock... Oh, I already have rocks. Never mind. I'm like, because I'm like, I need to get some of this rock. Because to plant the seeds, that seed that I just picked up, apparently you can't plant it in normal ground. It has to be in rock. Oh, I think this is gold. Is this gold or copper? This looks like gold, right? No, that was copper. God damn. Oh, no, it's gold. It's gold. It's gold. It's gold. Gold is as well as very high on the I need it list. So this we will go out of our way to find more of it. Uh-oh. So when we see those shiny stuff, it is worth going out of our way. Now we are working our way towards the boss, by the way, guys. So even though this looks like I'm doing like nothing important, we are slowly making our way towards the boss. We're just taking slight detours to get our materials together. But you see, ultimately the boss is up there. So we are making our way slowly towards it. But this game is really honestly about patience and like preparation. Because like the game, the reason it has you go through all this is that if you show up at the boss with like shit equipment, you're gonna die. So the fact that the game like makes you sort of like take the time. Okay, so we killed that thing. These are actually pretty strong, by the way. Like, these guys can kill me in like 2 or 3 hits. Especially this dude because of his fire damage. Like, I can't fuck around too much with him. Like, I can die here just because of the fire damage. Had I not eaten, I'd be dead right now. So now I have to wait till I regen a bit. And then eat more. Like, the eating in the game, it heals you, but it really does it like... It does it like a dot. Like a hot... Well, a hot. You know, like, not a dot. It's a hot, because it's a heal over time. So that that's what's really interesting about this game is like you don't have like an insta heal. So like if you start taking damage in combat too quickly, you can't like heal your way out of it instantly. At least I haven't found, like, I think there are potions you can make that are instant heals, but like with food and the easy stuff to make, it's like that. Okay, so we have here, and actually what we're going to do is we're going to build ourselves a path. So we have, like, you can build bridges. Uh-oh. Those dumbasses are over there, so let's not go that way. And let's make sure we have like a weapon equipped. Oh, and here's a node. Now the melee guys are a lot easier to deal with. So, oh dang, I hate this thing. That thing, like, that thing used to... I haven't tried to fight one of those big trolls in a while. He used to one-shot me. And the thing is, like, I can hit him from here, but I think the game auto-heals them to make sure that you can't just, like, damage them, like, from... See, I don't know if this is like a failsafe to make sure that you can't abuse the game and like kill stuff from ranged without even getting into like combat range. But basically that thing you can set up that thing that you see there on the screen, like right there next to the cattle there, that like big, that looks like crystals. That's actually like a that's actually a, it's a node where you can drill constantly iron out of it, so that you can go make a mechanical drill back at your base, and it basically I don't think we can kill it. Like I really don't think we can kill it like this. I tried at one point shooting one of these for like almost 2-3 minutes from range like this, and it doesn't die. So I don't know if it's just because the thing is like super like hard to kill, or if it's literally because the game protects it, because like you're not actually in combat range. I wish it would make the little guy, if I could get the little guy closer, I could test it on the little guy. Oh, dude, stop getting the big guys. I want to get the little guy. See how there's like a healing thing that hits it? It's like weird. So I really think we can't fight them directly. And there's 2 of them, man. So I'm like really... because these guys hit like a truck, man. Like a lot. Like not just a little bit like a truck, like hardcore. We have extra this. What is this? +5 food when eating plants or cooked food made out of plants. Plus food gained when harvesting plants. I guess we're going to take that. And wait, there was another point that I could get. When the color is yellow, that means you have a point that you have to assign. See, now I wonder if I do it from here, is it gonna let me kill it? Because now I'm theoretically in combat range with it. I've never killed one of these because it hits freaking hard. Oh, so that does... Wow. Okay, so they're not that tough if you can get them with ranged. Dude, that's the first one of those I kill. But no joke, they can almost one-shot me. Now, like, I'm out of space in my... I'm out of space here in my stuff. Garden, what? I don't care, because I don't know what this is made out of. What's this? Ring of stone. Yeah, here. What's this thing? Cavelin chest. No, my armor's better. But now I know I can freaking beat it. Nice. Fuck yeah, man. On top of it, we have another, there's a cattle over there. Oh, shit. Damn it. Like, I tried to grab the cattle, but... I didn't know it slowed me down that much. Dude, look at that freaking swing that he gives. Oops. Like, there is a cattle carrier that is better than what I have right now. We're trying to get it. Okay, either way, let's... Okay, I'll try and bring this cattle with me again by using the rope here. What is that thing that's floating there? Oh, it's because I think I can't use any other items while I'm using that, which is totally not efficient. Like, I thought I'd be able to, like, drag it along with me for, like, the whole time. Holy shit, man. There's these guys are everywhere. Oof, hold on. Like, this is gonna be rough because I'm sort of running out of durability for my shit. So we might actually have to backtrack at one point just to sort of fill back up at the base and then like come back upwards further. Dig a little further. Where's my food? Here it is. The hell does it not? Does this food not give me life back? Oh damn, it gives me no life back. I have the wrong type of food with me. Ugh. This sucks. Do I have? Oh, I have, but I have these. Hold on, let me see what it gives me health-wise. It's not too bad. It's no direct health, but it gives me regen. Holy shit, man. I'm gonna start using my magic thing instead. Because I do have a magic wand too that I can use. Just like, you really have to go one at a time with these guys. Oh, damn. Oh my god, man, there's so many guys here. It's insane. Like, how are there this many dudes all over? Him, if you have enough open space, you can dodge the fireballs pretty easy. Like, it's just when they run at you in, like, a really tight space that you're, like, sort of effed with the spellcasters. I don't like this because they're dropping a bunch of stuff that I don't pick up because I'm out of space. Ugh. Painful. How close are we now? Let me just check. Oh, we're getting pretty close to the boss, actually. You know what? I'm going to try to make it to the boss. I'm going to try to make it to the boss before turning around, because there should be a teleport spot pretty close. So if I can find a teleport spot, like, that would be killer, because that means I could teleport straight back. And look, there's another bomb here. That bugs me. I want to know what that thing is. What do I have that's useless? What do I have that I can drop? Like, honestly, I don't care about the shroom figurine. What is that? Cuffling pants. Oh, it's more health than what I'm wearing. Oh. We might be getting pretty close to, like, the teleport spot. I can't break through that wall, though. Damn. Okay. So we can't make it through that wall. That means I have to find a door somewhere or something like that. This is the first time I get to a spot that I can't mine through something. Damn. There's like a huge grouping of them there. Damn it, how am I supposed to get there? Okay, hold on. Let's go the other way around. Oh, dude, there's more cattle here. I want these cattle. I'm gonna have to come back with cattle traps. What level is my dog now? Level 3. So at least he's getting up there in experience. Oh, that looks like maybe a teleport spot. Yes, we got it. Guys, we can teleport straight back to base. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree, guys. We just found the teleport spot. Now we're in business. Now we're in business because now I can come and unload all my crap. Okay. There we go. Iron ore into this. Start making me bars. Gold ore into this. Start making me bars. Is this tin ore? Must be. Yeah. Oh, is my egg hatched yet? No, but nearly. Okay, hold on. I want more cattle traps. What do I need for cattle traps? Oh, man, it's tin bars. Whatever. No, I didn't want those. Fudge! I totally didn't want those. So put this. I can't even salvage these? That's freaking garbage. I'm missing iron bars? Well, that's fine. I have some here. I'm just gonna grab another one of these. Oh shit, they take each one space. Okay, now let's get rid of shit I don't need. Like there's good stuff in here, but it's stuff I don't need to be carrying with me. Like when I need this, okay, well this is garbage, so I'm not gonna carry those. Money I don't need with me. Oh wait, what's this? Okay. Well, actually, hold on. We need to make better food. Are my plants grown yet? Not yet. Oh, actually, I have better food somewhere. Here. This is even better than those. So let's put that in there. Put that back there. This is garbage. I don't need this with me. I don't want this. What's this? Basic workbench. I made this by mistake, I guess. Yeah. Or I picked it up somewhere. Stone pedestal, that too I don't need. Stun grenade can be useful. Okay. So we've got pretty much what we need here. Oh, dude, it's gonna take forever. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the tenor with me and we'll come back. No, I've never ordered from Woot personally, by the way. I've never ordered from them, but I don't even know if they... Is that physical or digital? I see Woot often mentioned in like for sponsorships and shit. But obviously I haven't tried it myself. Oh damn, I forgot to repair my armor. Wait. We've got to go back down. The good news is once you got the waypoint, that's why I was really looking for it, is like you can teleport back and forth unlimited. So it's like, at that point, it doesn't really matter anymore. Okay, so let's repair. Oh, actually, I wanted to build a... I wanted to build the bow here to have better range damage. Oh, Annie's ordered from them before. Was it good? Was it a good experience, or was it like games came in good condition and shit, or... What's iron bars again? Dude, we can build it now. My range damage should have gone up by a lot there. Okay. Oh, and actually, there's a bazooka here, I think. I can build a bazooka. Tin bar, tin bar. Yeah, see, that's why I wanted tin. Because it's the special items here are like tin heavy. Oh, and here my egg can hatch. It's another ember tail. I'm going to put that away. So it's another ember tail. So I guess they always give ember tails, but sometimes the colors are going to be different and stuff like that. Okay, now we can go back. And I can just go see if we can make it to the boss. Because I want to know if I can actually make it, or if it's really like I need to find a way through that wall. Oh my god, I almost didn't make it out in time. So actually there's a way in here, right? What's the boundary ring? Okay, I can build more of these. We can make it. I think we can make it. I think you have to like get in here and they're making you do like a bit of a dungeon type scenario. God damn it, I had to go all the way back here because I didn't have my weapon selected. Because my bridge is like on a different level. Oh my god, man, I came so close to dying. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to really heal up here before I do anything. Because like I said, since it's heal over time, it takes forever. That's the only issue here. And I'm not using, and this isn't the best food. Like, normally I have food that heals twice as fast as this. But I'm out of the good stuff. I'm out of the good stuff. Oh, I think I have 3 crystal skull shards. Topaz, man. Now's not the time. I'm like really busy. Like I can't make it to the boss so far. Like I'm really wondering if this is the way to do it. Oh, this is so frustrating. I feel like it's made to make you go through like a whole system of caves. Dude, this sucks. Oh man, I'm gonna die. Fudge this, man. Fudge this. That was super stupid. So stupid. Just because I don't have the right food, man. It's crazy. Let's enhance it if I can. Yeah. Let's. I'm gonna just cook the right food this time, and we're good. Oh man, I don't have my hoe. I know that sounds bad, but yeah, I don't have my hoe. You lose all your items other than the first row. So we're gonna go. It doesn't matter. We're gonna go get it back. Like I'm probably gonna go get my stuff back. Come back here and we're gonna end it for tonight, guys, because it's getting freaking late, and if I start going I can go for hours on this game. This is a dangerous game. Dangerous. I'm trying to remember. Oh, which is this the good one? No, this is not the good one. No, that's not the good one either. Not the good one. Hold on, I need to remember what the recipe is for the really good one. The one that gives 4.8 per second. No. What the fudge? Is it the mushrooms? Hold on. Let me just check something here. Where are my mushrooms? Oh, well, this one's pretty good. It must be the mushrooms plus. This is my mushroom farm, by the way. It just generates bad guys too. So you have to wall it off. Oh, it is this. So it's mushrooms plus the blue flower. Damn. Do I have no mushrooms anywhere else? Thought I had mushrooms. Or maybe I had them on me over there. I think that's what happened. I think I had my mushrooms with me. So I dropped them. God damn it. This is already better food than what I had last time. Okay, so grab this, put this here, put that there. We're gonna wait for the food here. Yeah, no, it's really addictive. It's like really hard to put down once you get going. Okay, so let's just go get our shit and then I'm gonna stop for tonight. I'm just basically gonna go get my crap, come back, and then come back, basically. That's it. Come back. We just have to not die again. You know? Oh, we went in here. There we go. So we could have gone that way too, but we didn't. This way, here, here, here. Now this annoys me because I have stuff that I didn't have last time. So now I'm not picking everything up, and now I have to try and guess if the stuff that's there is good or not. I don't care about this. Don't care about this. We have more than one of these. Damn it. Oh, it's the food that I have. Hold on. I can eat this. Oh man, I definitely don't need my tombstone. This sledgehammer's garbage. A wood stool. Definitely don't need that. Oh, and my hose there. And this crap, fudge this. Now let's just go kill the guy that killed me. Oh, dude, man. That guy's pissing me off, man. Like, he's at an angle that I don't know why I can't shoot at. I know, man. I know, I died by catching on fire. It's garbage. And, like, it's the same guy that's about to kill me again. So this was actually not the way, because we're pretty much like at the edge. Oh, wait. I could still go down, right? No. 'Cause this is pretty much the way I came, right? Yeah. So this is not the way to the boss. Okay, I know I said I'm gonna go back, but let's just see if I can figure the way to the boss. Oh, I see. I think I know why I'm glowing less. Yeah, that's it. I have less light because I'm not using food that gives me light. Dude, I'm still gonna kill these guys over here because I just don't want to go back this way and have them kill me on a return visit. Oh, dude. Oh man. Piss off. Oh. Oh my freaking god. Oh my god. Can I fucking get out of this place? Or at least to the boss, man. The melee guys are like a joke. It's like really just those range guys with the fireballs. Okay, hold on. I've got like a bunch of points that I've accumulated. But I wasn't done. Stun, vitality. Holy crap. Like, my problem there is I tried to kill him rather than just moving out of the way. Hold on, is that tin ore that I've been missing since before? If it is, I'm pretty freaking annoyed. It is tin ore. Man, I think I've been missing a bunch of tin ore since like for the last little while. But the good news is if I go back, if I backtrack, I'll pick it all up. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go back now because honestly, I'm about to die, and I don't want to lose all my shit, and I don't have to, like, it's late. I don't have time to go back to the base and then come back here again. See, this was all tin ore that I was missing. God damn it. So much stuff I'm missing. But anyway, we're gonna come back. All this stuff is gonna still be here. Okay, we're almost there though. I'm pretty sure we're almost there. It's just like really, yeah, like honestly, if it wasn't this late, I would. But because it's late, like, no, I'm just gonna come back, get food. I'm gonna gear up properly to like venture there. I still actually don't have that much, oh yeah, I have 19 mushrooms. So I can get that going. I'm just gonna plant my seeds. There we go. All that's done. Fix up our equipment. Better bow. And there we go. Okay, when we get back, all that stuff is going to be done. And I'm going to be, like, I'll do another, like, I'll probably go get some mushrooms, come back. Anyway, it's all good, guys. Good night. Thank you so much for showing up for the stream. It was a long one. We even did, like, almost, like, an hour and a half of Core Keeper, or an hour of Core Keeper at least. Not what I was intending on doing, but like I said, it's really hard to put down the game after just like 10 minutes. You always want to do that, like, one more thing. Anyway, have a great night, guys. Thank you so much for showing up, and I hope I'll see you in my next video. Have a great one, guys.